And I would say I'm back because I just finished doing the previous recording, but this is the beginning of a recording, so welcome back you uh welcome to a new recording. I so as far as the previous trial, I don't really have much to say about it besides I liked it. Um you could say it's clever because the culprit confesses at the start, and it turns out that yes, they were the culprit, but this kind of this mad trick where everybody's like, no, you're not the culprit because the culprit never just confesses at the start. However, really anybody could think of that. It's just kind of a matter of time before it got done, right? If Kodaka were to make a Danganronpa 4, there would be a trial like that in there somewhere. There doesn't need to be a Danganronpa 4, but it's like, so it's kind of clever, but then also kind of not. I don't know. But whatever it is, however we're going to judge it, I really liked it. So I had a lot of fun with that one. At the beginning of my second recording of it, I said, oh, it's not really that fun when I have to replay a trial I already played through, but it was just as fun the second time. It might help that I did it like a month apart. I recorded it twice a month apart, might have helped. It's not like the next day, right? So that was fun to play a second time, actually. So, now we got chapter 5. And this is where Kodaka does something really weird and a little bit off the rails. This is where he throws his creativity into, tries to do something somewhat creative. Although it didn't really work well with me in V3, but it tended to work well with the fan base. The fifth trial of V3, I think the fans generally liked. I was just kind of like, on it. You see what LINJU does here. One thing you notice, though, is that the whole, I was like calling certain characters part of the protagonist inner circle and some of them as part of the periphery, right? And chapters 3 especially, but also chapter 4, if you're a peripheral character, you're more likely to die because you're not being used as much to tell the story. You have to keep to keep the game going, you have to keep telling the story, and you need to have the characters that are contributing to the story alive to keep the story going, right? However, if we look at Kodaka's second 2 games in the actual commercial trilogy, we start killing off Inner Circle at chapter 5. Or don't necessarily start, because chapter 5 is the last chapter where people die, so that we care about. So, the first game, he doesn't kill off anybody. The victim is a reused body, and the blackened survives the execution. So, but the second and third games, he kills off characters that are movers and shakers in the story. Now, given Nagito, you'll see why I'm going to this in a minute, right? It's not somebody, actually, I'll say this right now. The protagonist inner circle characters is generally, you feel it would be more tragic if they got killed. It's a bigger gut punch. It's because you know them so well, and they're such good friends of the protagonist. And they tend to include, like, the waifu type characters. Nagito is a character that is very entertaining and fun. You don't dislike him. You don't necessarily want him to die. But if he does die, you don't necessarily feel sad about it, right? He's not someone who's, like, tugs at your heart. He's fun for other reasons. So the only one that in chapter 5 of the second game that you might care about is Chiaki. But Chiaki, you learn, is that the tragedy of the killing of Chiaki is not the killing of Chiaki. It's that you realize that Chiaki died a long time ago. And so the execution of Chiaki at that moment really doesn't matter that much. It's that she doesn't exist that matters. So it kind of hits you a bit in the gut in a novel way in the second game. And in the third game, it does going to hit you into the gut somewhat. However, because you care about both those characters, although Kokichi is a troublemaker in the same way that Nagito was, you feel more sad when he dies than Nagito. At least in my opinion, people seem to, when you watch their Let's Plays. I don't really feel sad about either. It's like, I don't, dislike them. It's not like, oh, these people are jerks. It's just that, it doesn't somehow build up that feeling when that character gets killed. Sort of the same thing with Kaito. Like, he doesn't build up that feeling. If they would have killed off Maki, it would have been way worse. But they spared Maki, which seems to indicate they sort of held back a bit. Maybe Kodaka thought, my chapter 1 was so tragic, I don't need to go as tragic in my chapter 5. But Nagito and Chiaki are characters I would consider they're power characters, and they're part of the protagonist's inner circle. Kaito and Kokichi are power characters, they're part of the protagonist's inner circle. Once you get to chapter 5, Kodaka would kill the protagonist's inner circle off. Now, this is a fan game, it doesn't necessarily have to follow those rules. But if it does, then suddenly it's no longer chapter 3 or chapter 4 anymore, where the peripheral characters are the most in danger. Now, the peripheral characters are somewhat safe. Like Otori Teruya, the merchant, with the green hair spike, which somehow did not turn out to be the real protagonist, despite having the hair spike, is pretty safe. He's sitting pretty right now. He's got a free pass pretty much to the end of the game, I would think. Akane is also pretty safe. Akane is kind of those characters where it seems like the author wants you to really care about her and think she's a really important character, but as far as the plot's concerned, she doesn't really do anything. So she's just not really that important for like the whole moving and shaking and mysteries and stuff. She's just kind of there. So I tend to consider her more peripheral. So, and I think she's probably pretty safe as well. There's probably some resistance from the author, not for any sort of purpose of players enjoying the game, really. It's the author themselves. Like, LINJU probably does not want to kill off Akane because he probably likes Akane, right? So he's probably not going to do that. So she's pretty safe too. The ones that are like less safe are, say, Kinjo. Kinjo is actually really unsafe right now. Like, he's really in danger. Mikaru, Rei Mikaru, and Mikako. Those are the three that are like the three really important characters. They're in trouble. Also, the new one, Yamamoto Kisaragi, is also in trouble. Because he's going to play a big role in this, being the new character. Whereas Akane and Teruya's like been like through his arc, right? He's been Fuyuhiko'd. He's pretty safe now. Now, and then it goes kind of like relates to how tragic is LINJU willing to go? Because imagine if LINJU decided to kill off Mikako. That would be harsh. Is he willing to do that? I don't know. That would be a really harsh thing to do. Because I don't know if he knows this, but me as the player's affinity to Mikako is like sky high. But you would think he would, because the way the game presents that character is naturally going to create that, and it seems intentional. So if he then like kind of fattens her up like that in chapter 5, kills her off, and she's going to be very, very important for this chapter from the very first scene, right? The game sets her up as important, and that Kisaragi Hanzo. Well, so it's not Hanzo, it's Yamamoto. That's kind of confusing me. Like, what's the difference between Hanzo and Yamamoto? We're gonna have to figure that out quick. Is it a father and son or something? But anyway, is now in the game, who might be her boyfriend. She's gonna get super important really fast. When this character gets really super important really fast, they become very likely to die. So she has a lot of death flags going for her right now. Being a power character in the chapter where the power characters die. She's the most powerful character besides the protagonist. In fact, so far, she is the most powerful character. The protagonist doesn't really come into power until chapter 6, and in the trial, really. Like, the protagonist will always come out on top at the end, but isn't necessarily the one on top in the process. She's the power character. She's a power character in a chapter where power characters tend to die, and is throwing death flag-like things. So she's in really bad danger. This this game, to its credit, this is kind of good and creative, doesn't really do exports of Trigger Happy Havoc or other Danganronpa games. Like, you can't say, oh, this character in SDRA is a lot like Aoi from Danganronpa. Although Hatano is, kind of similar, right? Or it's like whatever the fanfic guy is, there's a Japanese word for that kind of person. You can't really one-to-one it very well, right? There isn't a character that really matches up to Kirigiri very well. It's not like, this isn't really an export of Kirigiri. However, if you... I have to make some exceptions here, because the soccer player guy was like a copy of Leon. He wasn't exactly the same, but he was very, very similar, right? But there isn't a character in Trigger Happy Havoc that's what's her face? Iranami. What was her first name? I just played her trial, where she was the culprit. Satsuki Iranami. She's just a completely unique creation of LINJU. And that's pretty neat. There wasn't anybody like Kinji Yuhara, the priest, in any of the Danganronpa games. He was a pretty creative new invention of LINJU. There wasn't anybody like Kinjo, really. That's like super law-focused. That's something that LINJU made up. Maybe he copied it from some other series, like some other thing that some novel or something that he read that he really liked. But it's not an export of the commercial Danganronpa. So these characters are nice and unique, right? Some of them are a little bit of a copy. Like, yes, the Yamaguchi will remind you of the team manager from Danganronpa 2. A little bit. Ayami reminds you of Aoi, right? But Haruhiko is pretty unique. There wasn't really somebody like Haruhiko in the original Danganronpa either. Yeah, that's kind of just because Haruhiko is kind of normal. He's a relatively normal guy. And there's very rarely do you get like a normal person in Danganronpa. The best case I have of that is the photographer from Danganronpa 2 is one of my favorite characters from Danganronpa, and it might have to do with her normalness. Besides, it's just like she's really sweet. But he starts out for his normal. It's Mitsushiro Higa. He's like the export of Leon. Anyway, basically what I was trying to say is he doesn't copy Kirigiri really, right? LINJU doesn't copy Kirigiri really close, but the person who's closest in nature to Kirigiri is Mikako. Because Mikako, like Kirigiri, seems to be more aware of the stealing of the memories. If you remember, Kirigiri in the commercial Danganronpa was more aware, was figured out way earlier that memories had been stolen because she had extra memories stolen. So she not only had a time block stolen away from her, she had a bunch of stuff from the top, like a bunch of like weirdly specifically excised memories, where she thought, oh, this is really weird that I specifically don't remember these things, and that helped her figure that out faster. It kind of worked against the mastermind in that sense. We know that Mikako is way more sensitive to that idea as well, which basically says she has extra memories taken as well. And of course, we also have that speech impediment thing, which may also be the work of the mastermind. Again, the whole character introductions happened before the time skip seemed to happen, is evidence that that's not the case, that speech impediment she has is intrinsic, but they could pull a twist. Also, she seems to be the smartest one, although doesn't show it as well. She always knows she says she like almost never says the wrong thing. which is almost worse than Kirigiri, because Kirigiri made mistakes sometimes. And of course, she's just kind of quiet and mysterious in general. Although Kirigiri did not have a speech impediment, she talked very well. So Mikako is quiet for like some mechanical reason. She doesn't have just a quiet personality, whereas Kirigiri just had a quiet personality. And she does things like stay up all night watching the hallway in the same way that Kyoko would do that. Like she would stay up all night watching the alter ego, right? And there was a time when she gave her room key to Byakuya, and we don't know if there was a rule in Trigger Happy Havoc that you weren't allowed to sleep anywhere but your private room. We don't know if she broke that rule or not, and like slept in the second floor dorms or something, and just the mastermind didn't have a camera there, or she just flat didn't sleep at all. The whole like didn't sleep thing is also a Kyoko Kirigiri thing. So although Mikako is not a full-on export, she is lots of common characteristics. So if LINJU were to kill off Mikako, it'd be kind of like killing off Kirigiri, which none of the Danganronpa writers were really quite willing to do, but were kind of close. Remember, she shows up in the anime as well, right? And they like, yes, it's like they weren't willing to do that. You know, they didn't set up for her to not be really dead. It was set up well. It wasn't like out of nowhere, but it's like they couldn't. It was too tragic even for the writers. The writers couldn't hack it. Didn't want it, so they didn't write it, right? It's that level of tragedy. It's like the main difference almost is that Kirigiri was designed specifically, like inner sprite design, to be a thirst trap, whereas Mikako is not. And in my opinion, this is kind of a testament to good writing. She kind of ends up a thirst trap anyway, because of her tantalizingness, right? You don't necessarily have to give her this really nice-looking character design for that to happen. It's actually more so of a thirst trap than Akane and Lei are. Anyway. It's not always about looks all the time, it turns out. Okay. Rei, I'm talking about exports now, is like is most similar to Byakuya. Right now, she's quite a bit different in ways, right? So she doesn't bark up the wrong tree all the time in the way Byakuya does. She actually does get the correct answer. So not the same exactly, but that's what she kind of seems like as a Byakuya-like character. Again, so if they killed off Rei, it would be kind of like in Trigger Happy Havoc if they killed off Byakuya. That's what that kind of thing is. If they kill off Rei and Mikako together, there is some flags indicating that could happen. It would be if they killed off Byakuya and Kyoko together. It would be the same thing. I don't know if the author's willing to do that. That's why it suggests to me that it might be Kijo who dies. Because if you killed off Kijo, it would not be like if you were to kill off Kirigiri or whatever Byakuya's last name was. That was like a very long, disorganized rant. There was no organization to that whatsoever. That was the most freeform thing I've ever said in my entire life. It just meandered all over the place. But they go, well, 2 people did to die, right? LINJU's probably going to kill off 2 people because it's a tradition in Danganronpa. There's 5 left and there's 7. So, who'd be the other one? I don't know. Yamamoto. Kisaragi Yamamoto, maybe. Because, Akane and Teruya are pretty safe, so. I don't know. We'll see as this progresses whether or not, I start to, get closer and closer to figuring out who's gonna die. Who's the mastermind? I have no idea. My best guess was Maki. I guess I'm gonna stick with that, but it's still someone named Maki at least. That's still not very satisfying, I guess, though. 20 minutes in. Oh, let's start moving. So Magano Kuma says, I really like you. I really like you. So everyone was surprised by the prize. Was everyone surprised by the prize? Oh, it's just like really good or like really nice, right? My sound mixer is kind of goofed up here. There we go. Kisaragi-kun is also a new student at Hosoka Academy just like you. However, due to some circumstances, he joined late. Please don't fight, and let's get along well. Yamamoto. It's just Yamato-kun. Yamato-kun. Mikako-chan. Do you know? Tyra. Ronnie, eh? Mikako-chan. Why did you turn so pale? Who are you? Mekaru? I'm asking who you are, the guy who's a transfer student. Transfer student that no one expected. A person who appeared in this world that until now was a world of only us 15 people, including me and Monokuma. Well, he was in the cage, right? So, as we would presume. So he was here, it's just that he was in the school, just not able to interact with anybody else. That alone was enough to confuse our minds. The person named Kisaragi Yamato, not Yama, I say Yamamoto for some reason. Yamato is looking at us with a quiet smile. Mekaru was shooting at him fiercely, and we were waiting with bated breath for him to open his mouth. And finally... What's with the fox? Is that like the metal? Okay. So, you know how, Ronnie James Dio, Heaven and Hell, that devil horns is that the thumb outside or is a thumb inside? I have to Google it now. Now the thumb's inside because he holds the microphone with the 3 fingers. Okay. Okay, I don't know what thumb outside means. Oh well. Okay, Mato. Dang Sinu, which is you, or this is like you. Hatie. So you're hottie? Your heart. Mato in your heart. It's everybody's idol, Kisaragi Yamatoshi. Yo. Yamatochi. This music. Do you know what situation you are in, Yamamoto-kun? What? Oh, it's okay. Something ordinary seems a bit... Something too ordinary seems a bit too boring. I don't understand this. I'm trying to break this apart because this line did not translate well at all. Google Translate choked. Is this going to be all the way this is with this guy? Is this going to, Google Translate is going to choke on his lines? I'm still separating. 2 syllables at a time. It's so ordinary, it seems a bit too boring. Okay, so still something like that. I feel like a lot of words for just that short translation, but okay. Wow. What are you saying? That's crazy. You are joking? Are you joking around? Thanks to you, I made an embarrassed face. I'll kill you. Well, foreshadowing. So now we know who the Blackened and the victim are going to be, okay? The Blackened is going to be Makaru, and the victim is going to be Yamato. Done. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, don't kill me. I committed mortal sin. By only being killed can I be forgiven. The first words that came out of Kisaragi's mouth were a joke that could only be seen as a joke, but soon he realized that there was something strange about his condition. It's been so long. Is he possessed by a demon? Is how we're gonna learn here. It's been so long since I told you to get along. You're already bullying me. Kisaragi-kun is such a soft-hearted kid. I probably should be. It hasn't been long since I told you to get along, and you're already bullying him. Well, even excluding that, Kisaragi-kun, there's something wrong with the brain. Should I say that his mind is in a state of fluctuation? Anyway, it's not normal. My name is Kisaragi Yamato. To be honest, I don't think I'm worried. There's something wrong with his brain? Might be the mastermind's fault, as everything else is. That doesn't matter anyway. It doesn't matter whether he's a genius or a fool or a crazy person. What's important now is the existence of the child itself. I know that this year's new student at Hoshi Academy is famous, and I've never heard of or seen anything like a super high school level inventor. I know that the 15 of this year's new students for Hoshi Academy are famous, and I never heard of or seen anything like a super high school level inventor. And it's not just that, right? He's a transfer student who suddenly appeared in the environment of Hoshi Academy, where everything is sealed off from the outside. Makaru also raised her voice in complaining as the situation developed so quickly, but her words were cut off in the middle by Mikako. Yamato-kun, Yamato-kun. Kurukawa? Ni ona. Which I don't know if we can translate that. Una. Ni una. You know that guy, after all? Who on earth are you, Kurukawa Mikako? Eh. Kurukawa? It was a moment. Kurokawa's tears began to turn bright red, and blood began to leak from her eyes, nose, and ears. Mikako-chan. Kurokawa. Oh, I gotta try what the. Oh, this is gonna be super tragic. It's gonna be just terrible tragic because he's gonna reveal what heinous things the Danganronpa mastermind is willing to do. Which the Danganronpa mastermind is officially one of the most heinous people to ever, heinous character to ever be invented. With the most heinous possible things that could ever be done. It was a better reaction than I expected. What does that mean? It's as if you knew that Kurokawa Mikako would faint if you showed Kisaragi Yamato in front of us, or in front of her. Well, don't you guys need to know? What should we do? What should we do? The bleeding won't stop. Monokuma, please do something. It's your role to treat a student when they get injured in an unexpected accident. Try something like you did with Kinjo. Me? Why? What? This isn't exactly an accident. It would be better if she just died like this. Did I express my emotions too much? Well, anyway, I don't know. So you guys take care of it. What was that? Whatever. Aside from that, Kisaragi couldn't come this way. Yes, teacher. Sing Sung Nim is teacher. This is your Kisaragi's electronic student hand notebook. Be careful not to lose it, or handbook. Wow, thank you. I will cherish it. Remember, I probably explained everything else. Did I explain everything else about life here? Then, get along with your friends. I understand. You guys are on good terms with Kisaragi-kun. Kisaragi-kun's information has been added to the electronic student handbook. So, you can look at it if you're curious. So, goodbye. Monokuma Gire. Oh, okay, go translate that Chenchong to shit. My friend is bleeding and lying down in front of me. He even said that she wished she were dead. Monokuma, I can never forgive you. What should we do? What should I do? Mikako-chan, come to your senses. Even if you ask me. Don't try to fix these. Hurry up and support the other side. Hey, guys. Okay, so it's like, hey, hurry up and support the other side, whatever that means. Mikaru? There's a lot of things I want to talk about. Being a transfer student, this transfer student. But right now, saving Kurokawa Mikako comes first. It would be difficult if she died because she still has a lot to say. Yeah. Or I still have a lot to hear. Let's move to the nurse's office in the same floor, so it's close. We decided to pick up the unconscious Kurokawa and take her to the infirmary, or nurse's office. Meanwhile, the sight of the transfer student Kisaragi not even blinking, even though a person was bleeding and lying down left, felt somewhat creepy. Eclipse, which is, I think, the third book in the Twilight series, but it's also when some celestial body hovers another celestial body. I'm not going to type the subtitle in. I don't know what it means. I know it's not, something is not something. The end is like a not, but... Just to be clear, I haven't read Twilight, or watched Twilight, or anything Twilight. We all took Kurokawa, who had lost consciousness due to massive bleeding, to the nurse's room, gave her first aid, and then brought her to her private room. We immediately gathered in Mikaru's room. Do you have any blood to give for blood transfusions? No, you don't, because Kinji apparently used absolutely all of them. Thanks, Kinji. You could have used, like, all but one. Kurokawa's sudden loss of consciousness with the transfer student. Not even a day had passed since we decided to follow Uranami's will and conclude to defeat the dark side, and we were confused by the rapidly changing situation. Mikako-chan, will you be okay? Even Kurokawa collapsed in Kinjo's... something about Kinjo, something wrong with, I know Google Translate says Kinjo's face was revealed, but, that's not it. Kinjo doesn't even show his face. So Mikako collapsed and Kinjo doesn't even show his face. There's something unrealistic about the fact that there's only 4 of us in this large school. 5. He's not in this room, but there's a guy wandering around outside. Well, what about the mastermind? Mastermind is like a 6th one, right? Kisaragi-kun you're talking about? Who the hell is this person called Kisaragi Yamato? The electronic student notebook has actually been updated. Well, if you think about it really simply, it's darkness. Darkness? So we're just calling the mastermind the darkness now. The dark side. But Mikaru didn't think... But Kurokawa was the dark... Didn't Mikaru think Kurokawa was the dark side? No, I just thought she was working with them. I don't know that it would... I didn't know that it would end up like this. But even so, Mikako Kurokawa is not cleared of suspicion. Have you seen? You've seen that the girl turns pale and sheds tears as soon as she sees the transfer student. That's right, as soon as she saw him, she called him Yamato-kun. First of all, the strongest candidate is Kisaragi Yamato, and at the same time, I do not stop doubting Mikako Kurokawa. But I can't conclude that there is only one dark side. What are you doing? It's not just one person who's the dark side? Or the darkness? The dark? I really have nothing but admiration for your ignorance. On the contrary, I don't think the possibility of revenge has increased because a person named Kisaragi Yamato has appeared. That means I'm talking about the darkness that is mixed within us and the darkness that controls the situation behind the scenes. Yes, but Maeda is at least worth it. Well, okay, let me try to copy this out here. As expected, Maeda, at least, is useful. And the first word is... That's right. Okay. Protagonist has got a protag. Think about it. There's no way there's a creature called Monokuma. That means someone is controlling it. I guess... I can explain that Mikako Kurukawa, who was with us all along, was not the one controlling Monokuma. Indeed. But let's wait and see. But a little while ago, Kisaragi and Monokuma were moving together in the gym. And also Mikako was there. I'm not sure yet. But maybe... they did something. We did something secretly. It is a we. It's Ori. It could have been scheduled, or it could have been so far away that I didn't see it. Anyway, the fact that he appeared at this time means that he's definitely not an ordinary person. What is certain is that this is the guy who has been here ever since we got caught up in this gang or sect or whatever. Yes, unless it has something to do with the underworld, there's no way you can go in and out of the school. Still, it's better to talk to Kisaragi-kun directly than to just be suspicious, so I don't even know what kind of person he is yet. The same goes for Mikako-chan. When she wakes up, let's listen to her story calmly. I don't want to be suspicious like this. Well, Yamato is just going to give you nonsense. Mikako is not filled with nonsense, but she has some sort of something where she'll die if she talks too much. You guys don't really think that Kisaragi Yamato is just a mysterious person who suddenly appeared? What are you talking about? You know, what? Do you have any information about Kisaragi-kun, Rei-chan? Maeda, please help me. I don't think I can handle these idiots on my own. Tyra Otori, I saw it when you reported on the investigation. When we put an investigation of the third floor. Did you see it when we reported on the investigation of the third floor? Hosting the Academy graduation album? Graduation album? Kisaragi Hanzo. The name on the yearbook owner is too exquisite to be a coincidence. Somehow I heard the name Kisaragi somewhere, and it was in the graduation album. Now I remember it. It's even more interesting that you forget important information. And that's not all. You guys saw the mark in the ballroom armory. Mark? I'm talking about the mark with we talking about the mark with the moon and the moon overlapping in blue. You may have told Maeda that the mark is the emblem of the Kisaragi Foundation. Maeda, I may have told Maeda that is the mark of the Kisaragi Foundation. It is not a widely known company to the general public, but it's a huge company with extensive reach in the cutting-edge science sector. as usual, with Japanese or imitations of Japanese visual novels. There's always some sort of like Lieblich Pharmaceuticals or something. The Kisaragi Foundation. Ah, I remember that. When I was young, my father sold things like robot vacuum cleaners on consignment. The source was the Kisaragi Foundation. Yes, people in the know that way. It is a company with a lot of secrets, perhaps controlling the mass media. Then Kisaragi-kun is from that huge corporate family? If that's all it is, it wouldn't be that surprising. However, the graduation album of Kisaragi Hanzo, who is highly likely to be Kisaragi Yamato's bloodline, was discovered, and it even had the mark of the Mugion Foundation. Migyogen. So I can grab that specifically out of here. The Armory. Mark of the Foundation in the Armory. Just looking at this, it doesn't seem like there is any kind of relationship between the situation we are in now and the Kisaragi Foundation. It doesn't, or does it? That's right, now that I think about it, there was one more clue related to the Kisaragi Foundation. What was it? I couldn't say it at the time, but when I was inspecting the 4th floor, I found a photo of someone who looked like Kisaragi Yamato in the teacher's office. I found it with Kinjo. As soon as I had time to sort out the situation, it began to dawn on me. The person in the photo that looked like Kisaragi Hanzo in the graduation album was Kisaragi Yamato, who I met in person a little while ago. Like the same person. It's easy, but Kinzo has that photo now. Maeda-kun. That's what Maeda-kun was talking about for such a long time with Kinjo in the teacher's office. Why didn't you tell us right away? I guess I could say it was a bit confusing at the time. There were things like that, and there were also things that Kinzo himself silenced. Silenced? Something about, I don't want to revealing this now or something, but Kinjo was also suspicious of Kurukawa. Since Kinjo hasn't seen Kisaragi, wouldn't he still be thinking that way? Well, if she was that kind of person, she would be that mean. What? Let me try to get this to work better. Oh. Oh well, if it were her, she would be that kind of rude. What? If that were for him, he would be that kind of rude. It says like her. Oh well, that guy would guess that much. Okay, so that guy would guess that much. Now he has become useless to me. Then there are a lot of clues related to Kisaragi in the 3rd floor of the academy. Okay, now you all know why I doubt Kisaragi Yamato. Mikako Kurukawa, who overreacts to Kisaragi, was also suspicious for the same reason. Still, I wish we could talk about it. You are persistent. Yeah, do whatever you want. Anyway, when I see him, he looks like he's got his head completely ruined. So it's highly likely that he won't be able to talk about it. What? Mikara, where are you going? I still have a lot to organize with you guys. I have to move slowly because it's time for her to notice. That guy. I have to break this apart again. Spaces between the words problems, because it's turning that guy into a her. Him to notice. It's time for him to notice. I have to move slowly. You have to move slowly because it's time for that guy to notice. Notice the jammed cameras, I guess? What are you all doing here? Monokuma? What? I don't want to see your face, but I can't turn it off. No, that's, no matter where I look around the school, I couldn't see you, so I was looking for you one by one. But what? There's clearly no one in the room on the surveillance camera. What did you guys do to the surveillance cameras? What are you talking about? It must have broken down. Are you trying to blame us for your self-management mistakes? You are rotten, waste, trash, you bastard. Sudden harsh profanity breaks my heart. Well, Miss Mikaru said it's true. The facilities are too old. Facilities are old? What does that mean? There is no way the facilities of Hokkien Academy are old. Ah, you slipped! What is it? The switch room in the power room was a bit defective and the light went out. Should I say that's what it means or not? I don't know. It's about the camera. I'm here because I have something to tell you. I think you'll understand without me saying anything, but the school, the 5th floor of the school has been opened. You can investigate as much as you like. Whatever you want. The floor is mostly locked the 4th floor is mostly locked classrooms. Would you say the 4th floor is a highly sensitive or embarrassing part of a person's body? Should I say that it's not a place where you can show publicly? What? Don't say such strange things. That's where, like, the pelvis is the 4th floor. So the feet are the 1st floor. The tibia is, like, the 2nd floor. The femurs are the third floor. And the 4th floor is the pelvis. Your face turned red. Well, don't worry. The entire floor is wide open. Because it's the midriff. If only Monokuma had... It's like the lumbar spine part. If Monokuma had come so far... Oh, if you had come so far, you would need to be a little more prepared. It's the top floor, and it seems like it's a sad atmosphere since you all look down on me. What? Oh, since you all look down on him? Because he's in the 4th floor? In the director's office? I get it. Are you ready to reach the truth? You can think of it as a service I provide for those who are motivated. Then I have to go check the status of the camera. Bye. What the heck? You need to be prepared? He's scaring us for no reason. Do you see it anyway? You see it now? Until now, I was alone and there were a lot of people, so I didn't raise any suspicions. If 4 or 5 people suddenly disappeared when the number of people is reduced like now, the chances of getting caught like this increase. I can't talk about it at length in my room because there's only so much I can do on ad hoc basis like I just did once or twice. What should we do then? If it weren't for the jamming in Mikaru's room, everything would fall into the ears of darkness. So let's talk briefly, only when it's absolutely necessary. I'll call you when it's necessary, so you guys act like you normally do. As usual, I'm talking about waking up in the morning, eating together, not leaving the room in the middle of the night, etc. That's right, you're doing that too. It doesn't matter. We'll try to act together. Instead of me, I will lock my door and will keep it open, so you can come in and out of my room from time to time. Because when we get together later, there will be less suspicion. What was that dumb reaction from earlier? No. No, that's not true, but let's start, seems like the machine has somehow become more relaxed. Or the atmosphere or whatever. Ray-chan is a good girl, even though she seemed like she was tickling us in the past. She really helps us a lot. You're annoying. Don't get me wrong, you and I are not friends, we're just partners, so don't try to cross unnecessary lines. We are not tomodachi, we are nakama. You can say that a partnership is a friendship. Don't be so cold, Ray-chan. You're noisy, so I'll turn off the jamming, so come out quickly and go investigate the floor. A teddy bear? Ray-chan, did I make you angry? Maybe she's embarrassed? Even if you say that, the fact that you will always keep the door open means that she trusts us that much. I don't know about that. I mean, Kirigiri kept her door open. We are all ready to work together to defeat the darkness. Then let's follow Mikaru to the 5th floor, and begin the investigation. It's still full of mysteries, and there's a long way to go. I could keenly feel that our hearts were united as one. Kinjo, Kurukawa, Kisaragi, Yamato. It was all the same confusion, but even so, we were full of hope more than ever. I decided to go check out the floor with everyone. Oh, okay. Wait, why is it like a free time? Oh well. This globe is surprisingly delicate. Oh, there's a coin. There's a teddy bear next to the door. Looks like there's jamming switch hidden inside the teddy bear, or Mikaru's teddy bear. Anyway, going into someone else's shower room is a bit weird. Oh, okay. Is it like a free time, or are we going to the 5th floor? It looks like everyone went to the 5th floor. I have to go to the open floor and investigate. Okay, so it's not like a free time. It's like a investigation. Ought. The person standing in the dark in the way this the hallway, the dark on the way to the school area was Kisaragi Yamato. The mysterious figure appeared just moments ago. Hello? Did you say, Kisaragi, did you say something? First of all, it's nice to meet you. I haven't even said hello properly yet. I'm Maeda Yuki. Kisaragi? Oh, are you angry? What did I do? Kick. What the hell? Tyra's words about having to talk definitely made sense, but it was true that his brain was weird, so he couldn't communicate properly. No, it seemed more like he was angry at me. At least when I saw him in the gym, he seemed to be able to talk even though he was a mess. Why did he just glare at me and stutter? I don't know. Let's think about the Kisaragi problem later and start with the survey of the 5th floor for now. It's a new place, so we might be able to discover something. See if we discover rooms covered in blood. Let's see if there's a caption here. The other guitar rooms are locked, so we can't go in without the owner's permission or without a key. Okay. Nothing special about it being Mikako's room or Kinjo's. Is that it's Kinjo's room? Nope. Okay. Does he have a room? Does Kisaragi Hanzo have a room? Yes, he does. How did that door just appear? What if like diversions will actually lead to places? Nope. Like it'll be like kids just hanging around. Just like hanging around the restaurant instead of being where they're supposed to be? No. Yeah, well, I won't check the gym or whatever that was. Whatever's up there. I forget the bathhouse. Ah, Maeda. Wait. So this might be Tyra. Oh, it's Ray. Mekaru, you didn't go to investigate the 5th floor? I stopped by the library because I had something to do, a little research on. Then I discovered an important clue. An important clue? I know there was a locked door in the back of the library. You know there's a locked door in the back of the library? The door is open. Whoa, Monokuma only said that the 5th floor was open. I don't know why you didn't tell us about the back door of the library, but there is something pretty interesting inside. This body, kindly placed it on the desk, so go and see for yourself. Thank you so much, Mikaru. Tyra and Otori both rushed to the floor without even looking at this place, so I guess should I take care of this? Then I'm going to the next floor. Then I'm going to the 5th floor. You should take care of this. What should I say, Mikaru? As Otori said, it seems like she has become kinder. I can't say this in front of her, but... Anyway, thanks to Mikaru, I learned that there are open spaces other than the 5th floor. I'll be sure to check the door at the back of the library. Genocide Jack case files. A dim light dimly illuminates the dark room. This is Kurukawa's skill that you get if you finish your free time events. Tells you where the coins are. There's an old book written in an unknown language, probably English. If it's really old though, it would be like Latin. Back when Newton had to write his stuff in Latin, because that was apparently a thing. As Makaru said, it's really open. The door behind the library is open. But what on earth was she doing here? The atmosphere in the room inside the library is quite different from the outside, and although there were a few bookshelves, they were all empty. There was only a half book on the desk that seemed to have been left behind by Makaru. There was nothing particularly notable, so is this all there is this book? Is this the important clue from Makaru? It was a little too small to be a book and looked like a portable notebook. I picked up the notebook, which had only half of it left, as if someone had torn it, and decided to read only the readable part. I finally arrived here. It will be for a while. By the way, I don't know if my diary was still there, but I don't know how many people come here. A day has passed and everyone is unable to hide their anxiety, but there is no choice. I can't leave this place. In the worst case scenario, I could end up living here for the rest of my life. But it's better than that. So the whole safe house thing, quite a bit of time has passed. Now the atmosphere feels somewhat stable, but I feel an inexorable feeling of anxiety. Has this really happened? The uneasiness I've been feeling is growing more and more. I don't want to believe it, but if any of us had a class, we were done from the moment we entered. They are the suspects. They are suspicious. After that, half the notebook was completely torn and unreadable. What is this? Is it a diary written by someone? Who wrote this, and this is the content? I can't get out of here. I could end up living here for the rest of my life. These words bother me. It's the same situation we're in right now. But other than that, I have no idea who wrote this diary and for what reason. Why did this not capture? Okay, so for some reason that did not hook. But I can case it into Google Translate. Makaru must have seen this diary too. Instead of worrying about it alone, let's talk about it together with everyone later. Okay. Let's hit something random and see if it recaptures. Okay. That just happened with that one. It's a bookshelf. Someone may have taken it away, but there's only empty space left without any books. Whoa. In that casino, it's like, what are they doing? V3, did they copy this? Okay, here we go. Oh, the whole floor is like that. Not just one classroom. Oh, we're going to expand this out here. Oh. I guess the whole second floor dorms in Trigger Happy Havoc were also a rubble too, right? But they didn't have blood all over in the same way, right? They just had a little bit of blood here and there. And then there was a classroom on the 5th floor that was just covered in blood. As usual, I climbed the stairs to investigate a new place, but I was speechless at the abnormal scenery that soon came into my view. This floor is the 5th floor? A terrible bloody smell and cracked ground and walls here and there. It was a terrible scene, as if a great tragedy had occurred here. Man, he really went in on the tragic places thing of Trigger Happy Havoc. It looks like you were surprised too, Maeda. Makaru. Who wouldn't be surprised by this sight? Me. I'm not surprised by anything. Even I can't help be surprised. It's just because the 5th floor is so clearly different from the rest. It's so foreign, it's covered in blood like this. Stupid. It's blood, but look at the overall structure. It's not like any other floor. And if I were you, and you'd know right away, I know right away or something. Structure? What is certain is that it's a very interesting place. Monokuma said that you would need to be brave enough to see the floor, but it seems he was right. There is something in the floor. Well then, shall I investigate from the bottom? Don't be fooled, and investigate quickly. It's different. It's so funny. Google Translate translates it to heterogeneous, which is a nerdy way of saying different. The impression of bloodstains and signs of destruction is so strong that you can't not be ignored. First, let's research and think about it. It's like one side's blood, the other side's cracks. Well, restrooms as usual. Restrooms are pretty normal. No toilet seats. Let's use it if we're in a hurry. What in the world? This is a woman's bathroom, isn't it? Oh. Well, I knew that. I just wondered if it would eventually come around to going in the women's restroom. You're still scared to do that, huh? An unknown machine is lying around. Horribly destroyed. Yes, it seems there is a coin. Pillars don't do anything. Okay. Another machine seems to be horribly destroyed. There's a room. What's this? Generic. Oh, I can't I cannot walk through the bloodstain. Some of those bloodstains I can't walk through. That's funny. Okay, there's a room. The room is director's office. Don't we already have something like that? This room is? Let's try to get Google Translate on this business. No, it's Roman character F. Try typing in Google Translate and typed like a R instead of an F. Laboratory 1F. Caution when viewing. Okay, we're gonna learn about horrible human experiments done at Hope's Peak, aren't we? I'm going to investigate. Oh, Makaru, are you going to investigate this room? Maeda? No, I want to, but it's impossible. Only this room is locked. When you say locked, locked means locked? Locked, do you mean locked? Monokuma said it was open, but I guess it wasn't. Stop talking nonsense and come here. It needs a code. There's a password input. See? You see? There's a password input panel. So it's a secret password lock. He said that there would be no place locked on the first. Monokuma said there would be no place locked on the 5th floor. That's not it. The record room has an automatic locking function. I can open it if I want. Oh, I can't open it if I want, or I can. We'll see what the next line says. Monokuma. I guess this place is important enough to require an automatic locking function? Yeah, it's not anything like that. More than that, what happened on the alternate... What happened on the 5th floor? Why is it like this? It's your job, isn't it your job to investigate that? Well, I'm glad you like it, because I left this place as is. It left it as is? What's the problem? I don't know, so take good care of it. I know that because the records room door opens when you enter the password. Oh, and one more thing. Only one person can enter the records room. If someone is already in the room, it cannot be opened even if the password is entered correctly. What? Why does such a cumbersome system exist? So contrived. The record room itself is a private room, and access is restricted by checking the heart rate of the people inside, so there's nothing I can do about it. So if someone is dead inside, it doesn't count. We know where the murder's taken place. It's taken place, the body's going to be found in the records room. 2 or more people enter at the same time. Or if... That's impossible because the sensor at the entrance activates and the bulkheads block entry. But what if they go through the door at the same time? Well, anyway, you pinners don't know the password, so it's useless information. But, ooh. Of course. Maeda doesn't know the password either. That's natural. It doesn't really matter. Even though it wasn't specifically the records room, there was a lot of interesting clues in the other rooms. Let's split up and continue the investigation. I'll call you when I'm done with the investigation, so we will report on the investigation. Yes, that's right. However, it's funny when Makaru herself, who is the most reluctant to gather together and report on the investigation, has to report on the investigation. Why do you keep making those comments, Maeda? From the way you say things like that, it looks like you don't want to report on the investigation. So, let's not do it. It's a joke. I'm sorry for making a joke. Oh my, it was just a joke, though. Okay, so hurry up and investigate. There's really no room for Makaru. I got caught in reverse. Still, in the past, I would have gotten angry. She would have gotten angry, but I guess she's feeling a little better since she took the joke as a joke. Okay, this is records room. Now, do I have a dialogue where I can enter the password? Seems to be locked and only opened by entering the password. No, okay, I can't type in 11037. Okay, so those are only 3. So there's 2 other rooms. There's this room, though. Oh, there's all kinds of... Okay. Okay, Tyra's in here. And some important stuff. Large cabinet, but it's empty inside. This is alter ego. No, we cannot interact with this computer. A small notebook on the desk. The notebook was full of various articles cut and pasted from newspaper clippings. Here we go. I'm going to take a encoding pause here, though, I think. I'll be back in a couple minutes, which for you will be instantly. And I'm back. I was really surprised by this because the big info dump, which this appears to be, that appears to be what's happening right now, is you're going through the various rooms and each room has a notebook, and in that notebook it's filled with a bunch of information. is something I would associate with a chapter 6 of a Danganronpa, not a chapter 5. The most egregious info dump in all visual novel history is chapter 6 of Danganronpa 2. So I don't know if I guess LINJU decided to get the info dump out of the way in chapter 5, maybe. Anyway, let's see. What article is this? Are you ready to learn about the greatest, most tragic, most awful tragic event in human history? I couldn't hide my astonishment as I looked at the scrapped articles. Photos in the newspaper articles clearly showed rioters dressed as Monokuma and Monokuma running wild. What are these absurd nights? The worst and most hopeless, the worst and most hopeless event in human history. I guess that's what they call it in Korean. The English translations, I think it's the greatest, most awful, most tragic event in human history. According to the article, the world situation is in danger due to a terrorist attack that suddenly occurred simultaneously around the world. It's even said to be a crisis like no other in history. Maeda-kun, why are you so surprised? Tyra, take a look at this. And faint. What newspaper? Sinmun's newspaper. I don't read the newspaper often. What is this, Monokuma? It seems like they're calling it the greatest, most awful, most tragic event in human history. Does Tyra know anything about this? No. That is ridiculous. Even though I don't read the newspaper, if something like this had happened, it would have been an uproar in the news or on the internet. Moreover, the date on which this incident is said to have occurred is in the future? Mirai. What do you mean by future? So Mirai is future in Japanese, right? So Mirai is very similar. I wonder if there's both there are Chinese borrowed words. It's literally the future. We were kidnapped during the entrance ceremony and were locked up here. It must have been more than a week since then until today. The date written in this newspaper is quite a few months from today. So, what happened? But did they forget? They forget what Ray said? Apparently, we entered the school a little earlier than the regular semester, saying it was due to school circumstances. Yes, anyway. We said that the main department, which was not a preparatory department, had a free atmosphere without a structured class schedule. So neither of us paid much attention to it. When I think about it that way, the date written in the newspaper is almost the start date of a normal new semester. Well, I don't know what it is, but it doesn't make sense for a newspaper to be dated in the future. Question. The contents of the newspaper are not absurd, are so absurd and are clearly fabricated by Monokuma. Yes, I think so too. But strangely, something seems to be stuck. For now, let's talk about it with Ray-chan. Ray-chan definitely knows more than us, so she might know something. Oh. Yes, she does. Okay, then for now, this notebook. I'll keep it. Just to give it to Ray-chan. Ooh, tragedy could happen. The worst and most hopeless incident in human history. The greatest, most awful. Okay. Why do I keep feeling so uncomfortable? Because it's true. Welcome to Danganronpa. Kisaragi Foundation representative Hanzo Kisaragi. Yes. It seems there is something... Oh. Tyra, you're here. Are you investigating? Yeah, that's right. Why are you like this? Check this out. What is this? Kisaragi Foundation Representative number 3. Kisaragi Yamato. Eh? It's not like Tyra. It's not like you. It's not like he has the same name or something, but wherever you look, it's Kisaragi-kun, who is said to be the transfer student. I mean, he could have the same name or something, but any way you look at it, it's the same person. That's obvious. It says it's the Kisaragi Foundation, and Makaru said in the first place. I thought this was the principal's office at first. But when I looked closely, it said it was the director's office. Let's say the principal, it's the principal's office. If it's the academy director's office, it was already on the fourth. I mean, the principal's office was already on the 4th floor. Yeah. Rather, this is the 5th floor, is entirely covered in blood, and maybe because it is all in a terrible state. It's a strange feeling. It feels like it's independent from Hope's Peak Academy. Come to think of it, Makaru, whom I met a while ago, also said something like that. The floors are very heterogeneous. Anyway, the fact that Kisaragi-kun's photo is hanging here seems like an important clue that should not be overlooked. So the director is part of the Kisaragi Foundation. I also agree. So it's kind of like, you know how the head in Trigger Happy Havoc, the headmaster was like a pile of bones in a box. In this case, the director is still around and was trapped with everyone else in the same way the headmaster was in Trigger Happy Havoc. But instead of getting killed, he just got brain damage. Let's check it out for now and continue researching at other places. There seems to be quite a bit of new information on the floor. It smells like blood, so it's a bit difficult, but I'll do my best. Is that it? Okay. Let's go to the weird forbidden place. What is this, a cart? It's full of dust. Looks like it would be useful for moving various equipment. It's really strange that it doesn't fit the atmosphere. Well, it doesn't matter. The murderer will have to deal with that. Mekaru, you came here? Yes, because... What's going on? What's wrong? This room... Even if this room is real, it is still quite a shock. Hikaru did not open her mouth any further. What on earth is this place? It said it was a laboratory. I don't know what it makes so people don't age or something. I don't know what it is, but it's a pretty unpleasant place with things that look like incubators and everything covered in blood. Cryogenic suspension? Let's investigate first, starting with those strange boxes. It's got our names on it, doesn't it? What on earth are these boxes? Some have red lights and some have green lights. They have your names, don't they? This is where you were stored, weren't you? To do something, like wipe your memory or something with you. While examining one of the unpleasant metallic-looking boxes in a row, I found a familiar name on the sign in front of the box. Maki? Hatono Ayami. Oh, I guess the wrong one. They had to pick a random student. Hey, what is this? Hatano? Why is the dead Hatano named? Because she was in that box. Hatano's name appeared out of nowhere. No, is it really random? Suddenly, with goosebumps, I noticed that there were only a few boxes, and I ran to the box next to it. Higa Mitsuhiro. Higa's name. Hatano and Higa. They are both friends who were executed by Monokuma, and the box with their sign was lit up with an eerie red light. Okay, so this isn't like where they were stored. This is just where the dead bodies go. So this is kind of like the biology, quote, biology lab, which in Trigger Happy Havoc. Okay. So we're not going like that. We're not going to like that kind of more really creepy, creepy route where it's like the operating table. Instead, we're just finding where the bodies are stored. Okay. It could get worse. Yuke Maeda. No way. There was... This... What's inside... This strange one... Huh? After checking the sign on the third box and its condition, I realized that my ominous premonition was true. Maeda Yuki. 0. My name. And a green light. I swallow my saliva and push open the box with my name written on it. It's empty, right? Because you're not in there. It's empty. Looking at the boxes, I saw that some red lights on and some had green lights on. Additionally, boxes with a red light have a sign next to their names, and boxes with green light have a sign next to their names. This did not work out right at all. Let's see. I think it's supposed to be like red light one sign next to someone who's dead and green light someone who's alive, right? I'm not going to mess with this too much. We'll see what the Zephyrim translation does with it. If you count them, there are 2 red lights and there are 9 red lights and 7 green lights. The names on the green light boxes are Maeda Yuki, Taira Kane, Kinjo Tsurugi, Makeru Rei, Kurukawa Mikako, Otori Teruya, Kisaragi Yamato, They are all the living children. In that case, then here is... No way, this is... Ah, that's right, Maeda-kun. This is exactly what Maeda-kun thought. Monokuma, you often do things like this. Yes, this is the laboratory. It would be appropriate to call it a morgue, as it is the place where the bodies of the dead children are kept. I made this with you all in mind, so you can open the box at any time. If you miss the faces of your dead friends, take it out and look at it. However, damage to the corpse will be severely punished, so please, I'd appreciate it if, as much as possible, even in a museum you cannot touch it. You must only appreciate it with your eyes. How could you do something like this? You're out of your mind. Why not? And if Monokuma's words are true, it means that the box in front of me contains my dead friends. Do I have to accept this crazy thing just because I know it now and understand it? Well, where do you think the bodies went? They had to be somewhere, Maeda. Why don't you trust me? Then just wait, I'll take out one person and show you. Stop doing that. Since you're alone, it's a bit too grotesque, so let's use Maki-san's body, which is the least damaged. I told you to stop. There's got to be some reason why you're being shown Maki's body. Like this is gonna matter, right? Maki is the one who's dead that is the most likely on my mind to be the mastermind. Aren't you glad to see her after a long time? Maki, how could this happen? Despite my disapproval, Monokuma opens the box and takes out Maki's body inside. I was so angry, at the same time I felt strange and abnormal, and my body was unable to react in any way. Monokuma, I'm sorry, but... Oh, it's just Monokuma talking. I'm sorry, but there is not much damage, but it's probably because it's been a while since she died, so she's corrupted a lot. It's a bit disgusting, but we can get through this with the power of friendship. And she's naked, right? Ugh. So they're not cold stored. The smell of rotting flesh is a bit strong, so I'll just leave it in. They're not cold stored. They're just stored, like, at room temperature. Unlike Trigger Happy Havoc. Because that would be, we need to make it more grotesque, you see. Even the super high school level sniper who gave me so much trouble ended up like this. Gave you trouble? There's something that's don't let that pass up. So what the mastermind had to fight her in order to do what he's trying to do here. Wow, why are you reacting to something like this? It's like just a corpse. Shut up. Why on earth? Why are you doing this? Why the same reason why I do everything else I do, Maeda? Despair. Charmang. Oh. What else can there be other than making you despair? I didn't actually read that before I said that. You have to believe me. What? You guys said that yesterday after the class trial, that you would thoroughly reveal my identity and punish me. All I have to do is fight against you with high intensity. Ha 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 ha. It's also common in manga when the main character powers up and announces a decisive battle. The villain also powers up accordingly and pushes the main character even harder. It's the same thing. Damn. I can't believe I did such a terrible thing. Can't believe you did such a terrible thing. No matter how hard you struggle, I doubt you'll ever be able to get to the truth, let alone my identity. Just looking at it makes me feel hopelessly bored. For your information, the desperate expression in vomiting from a little while ago was really good. It makes me want to show it to so-and-so. Maeda-kun. Ha 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 ha. You mean Akane? So goodbye. Don't be funny. What is despair? I can never forgive you. Let's leave behind Monokuma, who's acting ridiculously inhumane, and investigate the floor a little more. Machine. Destroyed machine. Weird pod thing. The incubator looks extremely dangerous, so if possible, don't touch it. A dusty dashboard with that business power out. I don't really want to touch it. But you get a coin. Taira Akane. Tamori Kizuna. Yurumi Satsuki. Inori Kanata. Kinji Yuhara. Otori Teruya. Higa Mitsuhiro. Hatano Ayame. Maeda Yuki. Maki Kiyoka. Kinju Chirugi. Kisaragi Yamato. Kurukawa Mikako. Kabasikawa Haruhiko. Mekaru Rei. Yamaguchi Kakeru. Okay. Got the dead bodies. One more place, I guess. No, two more places. We've got a kitchen of some sort. Ah, Maeda. Have you finally arrived? Oh, Tori. The 5th floor. Or you went to the 5th floor. Did you also... No, I just... No, I just watched it and went to sleep, even though it's just in this room. Did you see it? What? I have no idea what happened. Was there a terrorist attack? According to the sign in front of the entrance, it said this is a reception room. But it's so dirty, it looks more like a torture room than a reception room. I'm looking into it as soon as I can. But, oh, Tori, are you okay? Yeah, I'm okay. What is it? Or what do you mean? Even though you're covered in blood like this, I feel like the scale of the situation we are facing is growing bigger and bigger. I was too scared that I couldn't even take my steps properly, but Otori seems okay. It's a bit awkward to say this, but Otori is originally weak at things like this. Should I say you're timid? Maeda. You know how to say harsh words to someone's face or something like that. You're right. To be honest, the level is so shocking that I couldn't even imagine it. Even the bloody smell shakes me. It makes me want to throw away the investigation and run away. But we made a promise, right? To Iranami, right? We promised not to run away anymore. These goggles. Kobashikawa's goggles are giving me strength. I'm scared I want to run away, but every time I think about Kobashikawa, I hold on. Isn't it funny if I say this all the time? But I'm more serious now than ever. No, Otori. I was able to clearly see Otori's resolve. I'm sorry. I'm a coward and all. I'm even more of a coward. Don't worry. At least you're not wrong. Then I plan to investigate the reception room further. I wonder if Maeda can investigate as well. I'll leave the living room to you so I can go to other places too. It would be nice to draw something and discover something. Everyone is growing. Taira overcame Atano's death. Mikaru began to acknowledge and cooperate with us. I became mentally stronger through the meaning of atonement of Otori and Kobashikawa. Although Kinzo also fainted from shock, he began to recognize his own twisted values. Needless to say, Kobashikawa and Iranami gave their lives to save us. But am I growing? Yes, you're protagonisting. Somehow it feels like everyone is moving away. I feel like I'm just walking in place alone. I walk alone. Why am I suddenly immersed in a useless sense of inferiority? Because it's the humiliation before the exaltation of the protagonist. I too am struggling with all my might to defeat the darkness together with everyone. For now, let's just think about it and act. The fridge. There is a refrigerator. I opened it, but it was empty and the power was off. We got a range. I turned on the gas stove to test it, but it didn't catch fire as I expected. Knives. Feels more like a kitchenette than a living room, although it is quite damaged. There are plates, kitchen knives, etc. Here we go. This gate is said to be on the top floor, so I don't think it leads anywhere. Is there even a rooftop? Damn, it's locked. Monokuma, you lied when you said the entire floor was open. Unless that goes outside, but something feels strange about this door. I feel like there's something really important out there. A feeling that stimulates curiosity. It's suspicious, but right now there's no way out, so worrying about it is in vain. So let's just leave it alone for now. I think I've looked around all the newly opened places. I decided to move to the dormitory first. After roughly completing the investigation of the newly opened place, we decided to gather at the restaurant as usual and report on the investigation following Mikaru's suggestion. Everyone, tell me what you researched. This is the first time I've reported on investigation under the short name of me. There are only 4 of us in this spacious restaurant. There's nothing we can do. Kinjo and Kurukawa have all collapsed. Kisaragi is out of the question. Hey, but is there really a need to report the investigation here? What is this place? Should I say that my eyes and ears are open? Tyra squinted at the surveillance cameras and blurted out her words. I think I know what Tyra wants to say. I guess she meant to report the investigation comfortably in Mikaru's room, where there is no influence from the surveillance cameras. No, you guys have been doing investigative reports at the restaurant all this time, so it's better to keep doing what you've been doing. And I said I can't stay in that place for long. I said I'd only call you when I really need to. Until then, just do as usual. Still, I'll praise you for just spitting it out without thinking about it and saying it back. To be honest, I was dubious about you speaking lightly, but you did a great job. Oh, thank you. I got compliments from Wei-chan. I feel like a real teacher. You are a real teacher. You are a super high school level professor. She is a real teacher. She's a super high school level professor. Don't say the same thing as Maeda. Anyway, let's start with the investigation report. You guys did the research, so you know the floors are already heterogeneous. But even within this school, they are uniquely heterogeneous. There will be a lot to talk about. The first thing I noticed was the terrible bloodstains and signs of destruction spread across the entire floor. I have no idea what happened, but the hallway concept may not have been like that originally. Did something about a terrorist attack occur at Hosuke Academy? Why? When the floor was opened, there was a notice in the library that said Hosuke Academy was closing. Oh, the second floor was opened. Come to think of it, there was something like that. Then the serious problem mentioned in the notice is a trace of that layer, of the fifth floor. Wait, even if you say that, it doesn't make sense. When we entered Hosuke Academy, there was no rumor that Hosuke Academy would be closed, and the floor would have been fine. In fact, the author has something to say about that issue. It's a bit too much to say here, so I'll call you later. Let's skip that fact for now and talk about something else first. Yeah. The room on the fifth floor was... There were 3 rooms. The reception room, the director's office, the records room. Oh, there's 4 rooms. There were 4 rooms. I picked a Google Translate saying there were 3, but the text in the game clearly says there were 4. There are 4 rooms. The reception room, the director's office, the records room, and the laboratory. I looked into the reception room or living room, and like the dormitory kitchen, there are cooking utensils such as gas stoves, kitchen knives, so it looks like you can cook simple meals. Of course, the entire room is covered in blood, so no one would want to cook in a place like that. I inspected the what was it called? Where was she in the director's office? There we go. It is a Google Translate for some reason makes it the ovarian storage room. But it's of course the director's office. It's even bigger than that. There is a picture of him. Him? Kisaragi Foundation Representative Number 3, Kisaragi Yamato. A picture of Kisaragi was hung on a frame, along with a sign that said so. For real? It wasn't just me. There was a picture hanging next to him with the squadron representative and a man named... It wasn't just him. There was a picture hanging next to him of the squadron representative and a man named Kisaragi Yusaku Kisaragi Hanzo. Kisaragi Hanzo, that's the owner of the graduation album. Yes. It's clear that the Kisaragi Foundation, Hosuke Academy, has some connection, as does Yusaku Kisaragi, the first representative. Wait a minute. Kisaragi Yamato is the representative of the squad. There's no way the Kisaragi Foundation would change its representatives so quickly. It must have been Kisaragi Hanzo before the entrance ceremony. No, this is definitely... Ray-chan, why are you like this? It is nothing, anyway. So, in the director's office, other Tyra, that was there. The newspaper scraps. Ah, you're right. I'm a bit suspicious, but there is the clue that seemed important. Look at this. What is it? Look at the contents. It looks like a notebook where someone cut out newspapers and scrapped them. Hey, what is this? Monokuma? The greatest, most awful, most tragic event in human history? Hell, what kind of joke is this? This is Ray talking. We don't know either. It was placed on the desk in the director's office. According to what is written here, it seems that rioters have increased exponentially around the world and are causing trouble in each country. Thanks to this, it is unpredictable, unprecedented situation in history. What are the army doing during this division's day? That doesn't make any sense. Let me try to break it apart here. That's not funny. What's the army doing these days? I think. It's just in Korea, written in Korea, by the way. Everyone has to be in the army. Yeah, okay. Don't be ridiculous. What is the army doing these days? Look at this paragraph. Look at this paragraph! As reactionary elements influenced by the mob have emerged, even among key figures in all walks of life, the disaster response team is completely out of control. They say that the epicenter of the riot is right here at Hope's Academy. Stupid. Like, baka. I don't know what about this incident. Do you guys know about it? There's no place the large-scale terrorist attack could have happened in just a few weeks while we were locked up. That's right. I wonder if it's probably a manipulation by Monokuma. To be honest, a giant Monokuma destroying a building isn't even a science fiction movie. No, this doesn't happen in movies either. It only happens in visual novels. Happens in this. It's so absurd, but it's not the only thing that could be a fabrication. According to this newspaper article, the worst and greatest, most awful, most tragic event in human history occurs in the future. The future. It must have been about 2 weeks since we were trapped here. But even if we calculate it from the entrance ceremony, there is still about a few months left until the date written in the newspaper. What is it? I'm not a newspaper. It's not a newspaper from the future in a time machine. After hearing Maeda-kun's words, I thought this had to be a fabrication. I don't know why they put so much effort into it. If you think about it, the video, the first motivation is definitely fabrication, so there's nothing to be surprised about now. Information representative 5. Floor 5, third representative, Future Hope Speak Academy. As expected, I am confident at this moment. Mekaru, what is going on? No, I'll tell you later. First, give me that notebook so I can keep it. Yes, okay. Oddly, I can trust her more than I can trust Kinjo. For now, put anything suspicious on hold. When I discovered something else, have you discovered anything else? Um, it's good, but aren't we skipping over Mikaru? Of course, I think it's a manipulation, but after thinking about it a little more... Mikaru glared at Tori without saying a word and nodded toward the surveillance camera. Oh. It's better than thinking about it in a complicated way. Let's continue with the investigation report. Well, I did some research focusing on the director's office, not the ovarian closet, the director's office and the hallway. There was a place called the record room. What did they do there? I couldn't go into the records room. There's a password input device on the door, so if you do not know the password, the door will not open. That looks like something important. Then what about the laboratory? Anyone who has investigated the laboratory? Why are you like this, Reishan Maedakun? Your mouths are closed side by side. Don't be surprised. Listen carefully. This is something I found out while investigating the laboratory. There are several steel boxes lined up in the laboratory, and in each box it contains the bodies of the children who have died so far. What? Did I hear something wrong just now? You are not deaf. Are you deaf? Corpses. Our names, 15 of them. There are boxes there, including Hisaragi Yamato, and the bodies of the dead people are inside them. This is ridiculous. The corpses? I know it sounds crazy, but it's true. Monokuma took Maki's body out from inside and showed it to me. That's terrible. How can humans be like that? Yes, I admit that I am out of my mind. Or he is out of his mind. Well, when did Monokuma become sane? Anyway, for children who are still alive, the box is a green light, and the inside of the box is empty. That means there's a box ready for you, Otori. There's a box with your name on it. This means that when we die in the future, we will go into that box? I guess so. You're crazy. You can't believe he's harassing people who are already dead like that. I can never forgive him. Or her. Okay, if this incident has increased your fighting spirit, that's actually a good thing. So let's work harder to collect clues. Fortunately, there wasn't much to discover in the lab other than that crazy sight. That's it for the floor. Compared to how grand it was, the progress wasn't as much as I expected. There is a door leading somewhere at the right end of the floor. This place is also locked and won't open. Isn't it funny? Didn't Monokuma say that the floor is wide open with no locks, but it's locked in two places? It's bad to believe what that guy says. Looking at the guys now, you don't seem to know anything about the library. Why the library all of a sudden? Yes, there's a locked door at the back of the library that is also opened. I told this to Maeda. As I heard, the inside of that door was a small solitary room, but it was cluttered in a similar way to the floor. The flower pot is broken, and even though there is a bookshelf, all the books are missing or damaged. But I found something interesting in it. Interesting? It was torn, but only half of it. It was like a small notebook written by someone. Maeda, please do not intercept. I'm sorry. Anyway, do not interrupt. Anyway, the contents of the diary are as follows. Finally arrived here. It will be for a while. By the way, I didn't know the diary was still there, but how many people come here? A day has passed. Everyone is unable to hide their anxiety, but there is no choice. There is no way to leave this place. In the worst case, we may end up living here for the rest of our lives. But it's better than this. A lot of time has passed. Now the atmosphere seems somewhat stable, but I feel an inexplicable feeling of anxiety. Has this really happened? The uneasiness I've been feeling is growing more and more. I don't want to believe it, but if any of us had a class, it would have been done from the moment we entered. The suspects are them. They are suspicious. Called. Is that interesting? I have no idea what you're talking about. You are a fool with no way to save yourself, so it's natural that you don't understand. Some of the letters are blurred and back part is torn, but this alone is a great clue. Clue? We could live here for the rest of our lives. We can't get out. Does this not feel similar to our situation? Well, that's the same, but I'm not sure what the guy who wrote this is trapped somewhere like us. But seeing as they say they've barely arrived, it's a bit different than from us. And judging by the dust and dried ink on the paper, it doesn't seem like it was written that long ago. In other words, it may be a little different, but it was written by the guy in this building. Well, I'll ask you at this point. If there is a person among us, including Kisaragi Yamato, who wrote this, who would it be? Well, wouldn't it be possible to find out by examining the handwriting? That method is useless for dead friends. I don't know if there is a person alive who wrote this diary. No, handwriting research is bullshit. But Maeda is right. The guy who wrote this is one of the guys alive today. How do you know so clearly? It's a guess, but judging from the nuance of the first paragraph, the author is not new to this place. But it was their first time at Hope Speak Academy. Wait, that's a contradiction. Except for one person whose identity is unknown and whose photo is clearly hanging on the edge of the building. Kisaragi? There's a high possibility that his Mekaru is Kurukawa Mikako. There's a high possibility that is Mikako Kurukawa. Mikako-chan, why? That's it for now. That's all I can say in this place right now. Other than that, there are really no new clues discovered. Mikako glanced at the surveillance camera and hurriedly ended the conversation. It's difficult, but we haven't found out much. There weren't many clues, but I found out a lot, and that was a huge fact. Really, Ray-chan? Is this a new sprite? Well, this is also a fact that I realized while researching and reporting with you guys. For that, there is a fact. Okay, for that I'll say thank you. Suddenly, where is the investigation report? It's over. Are you after watching? What? So it's over. I said this is all I can say in this place. I'll call you later. So I'm carrying on as usual. She's gone. Ray-chan, we've gotten closer since you said you'd be with us, but it still seems like you're reluctant to let us go. Well, let's think of it as a good thing. That's right, and everyone realized that Makaru was trying. Did everyone realize what Makaru was trying to say? Yeah, right now Ray-chan is my best will, so let's follow Ray-chan's words. Oh well, then I have to go to that newly opened library room. I'll go around and investigate. Let's act like Makaru said and behave normally. But it bothers me a lot. Why are you saying this, Taira? Now I'm just worried about Kinjo-kun and Mikako-chan. That's it. But we've already taken first aid, so now we have no choice but to wait until they wake up, right? Anyway, is Kinjo still out of his mind? It's already been a day. Yes, of course. If Kinjo-kun was awake, he would have been severely punished for not coming out when introducing Hisaragi-kun. Monokuma? I never called you. Because I just came out to give an answer. To Maeda-kun. I would like to have one more thing. Kinjo-kun, to say one more thing. To add one more thing. Kinjo-kun, the shock may have been so severe that he shows no signs of waking up. He disappeared. But that's what I heard Monokuma say. If Kinjo had been awake, he would have heard Monokuma's call to come to the gym. If he didn't obey, he would be punished. But I'm even more worried about Kinjo-kun showing no signs of waking up. To be honest, since he made such a fuss in the ballroom, I feel like he's going to do something again when he wakes up. And I also wish I could just pass out like this. Or he would just stay passed out, one or the other. I believe that Kinjo will definitely realize his wrong values and come to his senses. Yes, I feel the same way. And the best way is for Kinjo-kun to join forces and get out of here. I was just kidding. Okay, then let's move slowly. It is said that Makaru realized something due to the newly discovered clues on the 5th floor. It's hard to say right now thanks to surveillance cameras, so let's spend our time investigating as usual until Makaru calls. Come to think of it. I also decided to talk to Kisaragi. Before we investigate, let's talk properly with Kisaragi. We weren't able to communicate properly earlier. I think he is still in the dormitory. Let's find him first. This is like a free time event, but it only lets you talk to Kisaragi. Uh-oh. I found Kisaragi. And hid behind a bush. Hid behind a ficus. What is this person with Kisaragi? Kirukawa came to her senses, but there's something in the mood. Yamato-kun. Yeah, hello? Why? Why? Yamato-kun. That... the girl wasn't feeling well, so I assumed it was in this... it was the same place where she was sick, and her face turned pale blue and discolored. What happened to you, basically? Why are you like that? A lot of different things happened. It was very exciting. It was dangerous. It was an adventure story. Do you want to tell it? I want me to tell it, I can. Well, I can't say I refuse. Yamato-kun. Until now, I don't know what you're saying. Use correct language. I say to Yamato-kun. Oop. Yamato-kun. What? Is Kurokawa not feeling well? Yes. Kurokawa's attitude toward Kisarawa is clearly strange, so it seems like there is some connection. But why am I hiding and eavesdropping? My original purpose was to talk to Kisaragi. Kisaragi. Nin. I met you briefly this morning. It's Yuki Maeda. Hey, I want to have a conversation with you. Maeda, Yuki? Again, I didn't do anything, but Kisaragi glares at me harshly. Watching him talk to Kurokawa, it seems like I'm the only one he does this to, but why? Hey, calm down first. Why are you so angry? I just want to say hello to you. Banga banga. Oh, that's right. Please don't get angry. I didn't do anything. But it's a bit sad to be the target of anger. Maeda Yuki, are you a bad person? Why would I be a bad person? Well, it's a bit funny that you to call myself a good person, but not a bad person. Then are you a good person? Being bad or kind, personally, I think I am kind. So are you a native of the world, and have you, this is, I don't know. Something about bright lights and changes of heart. Monokuma said Kisaragi has a brain problem, and although it is difficult to talk and understand what he is saying, it doesn't seem like communication is completely impossible. And as if he had listened to me, Kisaragi let down his guard. Okay, if I did something wrong, please tell me clearly, and I'll try to fix it instead of getting angry for no reason. This Maeda Yuki did nothing wrong, and that's what I'm thinking. Oh, I misunderstood? I heard that Kisaragi is a super high school level inventor, a student who entered Hope's Academy, so that we are classmates after all. For now, we exchange greetings. You said that there is something wrong with your brain, but since we are friends, if you have any difficulties, please tell me. And if you can cry, I will help you. I'll probably not cry, but anyway. It's nice to talk about other people besides me. There are more kids who have already disappeared, but... I understand. It's okay. I thought it would be difficult for us to become close friends because he got angry for no reason when we first met, but it seems like it's just a minor misunderstanding. It's a bit difficult to communicate, though. Mikaru says that Kisaragi is most likely a shadowy figure, but after talking to him directly, I don't really get that feeling. Should I say that he looks like an innocent child because his brain is weird? I think it would be okay to investigate and talk to Kisaragi until Mikaru calls me inside. Free action with Kisaragi is now possible. Now I think about it, this was originally a wall with nothing in it. Suddenly, Kisaragi's private room appeared. After all, it's probably Monokuma's doing, but I can't believe they're doing construction to the extent of building a new building just because of a transfer student came. It's not surprising anymore. Then let's move. It probably has to do with the game development. They designed this floor plan before LINJU decided to add an extra student. Okay, so Kinjo's the student handbook profiles. So we have Inori Kanata. One, we have a page on her. That's it. One. Oh, there's a second page. Third page. Fourth page. Okay. But that wasn't enough. We didn't finish all of hers. Okay. Iranami Satsuki. I did a lot of hers in the Zephyrin build or something. I didn't actually read them. He's dead. I did all of his, I think, actually. Okay. Priest. Don't have any of his. We might have to do his just because he's the last one left. Thing is, though, I would rather do Kisaragi's free time events. The reason just being is that the only chapter where you can do his free time events is in chapter 5. I don't want to have to, when I go back and do all the free time events again after I'm done with this, I don't want to, have to pick different chapters to enter into in order to do them. You know what I mean? Don't have to, dip into chapter 4 to do Satsuki's, and then dip into chapter 5 to do Kisaragi's, right? We're going to go straight into Kisaragi, so almost not really a decision. You do the guys only available in chapter 5 and chapter 5. I'm just going to go through this for bookkeeping reasons, though. So, Kinjo didn't do any of his in this build. He's off limits right now, though. I believe I got all of Mikako's. Didn't do any of his in this build. Okay. Yeah, Akane I finished. Put the video on 0.25 speed if you want to pause to read one of those in Korean. Not in this build, right? Yeah. None of hers, I believe. Correct? None of his. Oh, I can't really do a free time events with myself. None of hers, I believe. I'll do all of Mikaru's. And none of his. Okay. They pretty much, yeah, there's not really much choice here. We pretty much always want to do Kisaragi. Because Kinjo, we can't do his. Kane, we've already done all of them. Ray, we've already done all of them. Teruya, I don't really care about. And we can do his in Chapter 4, where we also do Satsuki's and Kabashikawa. We've already done all of Mikako's as well. Yeah, so basically we're just left with Teruya or Kisaragi. That's it. I don't know why I'm rolling them, but I'm rolling them at the end here. Oh, I have a whole bunch of them. Oh, great. Venus Award. Rainbow Umbrella. Teddy Bear. Glasses. Teddy Bear. Man's Romance. Model Airplane. Rare Necromantic Talisman. Frilly Dress. Party Firecracker Set. Sneakers. Sneakers. Nose glasses. Bandage. Dumbbell. Free ticket to a rare amusement park. Memories off. Cross. Oversized stuffed toy. An iFought. Party firecrackers. Graduation cap. Model airplane. Encyclopedia. Protein. Trophy. Roastery. Introduction to Criminal Psychology. Assorted set of donuts. Airgun. Mop. Roastery. Goggles. Tombstone. More party firecrackers. First aid. Speed shoes. Glasses. Leaf from a rare world tree. Bible. That's the thing Connie was talking about. Gold watch. Okay. Trophy. Frilly dress. I'm mad enough. Still have 80 more from that trial that I could use. Where is Yamato-kun? Just, wandering random places here. I'm gonna guess he's in the fifth floor, on the fifth floor, because everything's on it. Because that's like you would guess fifth floor first on all of this stuff. That's the impenetrable bloodstain. Nope. Oh wait, you can't go in there. Watch him be in here. No, he's not actually in here. Find him in the boys' restroom. Hey! Nope. No one's actually on the 5th floor. This is frustrating. Kind of a needlessly frustrating aspect of Danganronpa here. Finding people's free times. It's like you don't really think about it. Until I have to do it. And it's like... Oh, this is the ballroom. Even without going in, the horror a few days ago seems to be reliving again. The door seems open, but I don't really want to go in. Oh. Information processing room, but it's locked. Okay. Okay, no one on the 3rd floor but Tyra. Or 4th floor, sorry. 3rd floor. The science room that was once flooded. These transitions are too slow. Transition! You're not in here, are you? I'll interact with arcade stuff. I don't want to, though. Okay. Nope. Okay, no one on floor 3. Go down to floor 2. Teruya's there, like he said he would be. No one in the gym. So frustrating. So unnecessary. I don't see anyone in here. I went down to the first floor, didn't I? Nope. So I found Teruya and we found Tyra. We haven't found Ray. Yeah, we have not found Ray, we have not found Kisaragi. I went into the health room, right? Yeah, nothing in here. Okay. Bath. Man. Laundry? Nope. Kitchen? Nope, no one's in the kitchen. But if we try to find Ray, you wouldn't be able to find her because we haven't found Ray yet. Trash room. Nope. Oh, okay, there he is. If we wanted to find Ray, we wouldn't have been able to, because I didn't ever find Ray. Okay, so then we do a save game. Save in number 14. Take off your skin and flap your wings into the sky. Kind Yukido, it's touching. I don't know what the world. This is going to be so frustrating. Yes. Are you playing? Something like that. Then I'll be your opponent and it will be fun. I somehow managed to have a conversation with Kisaragi, who had difficulty understanding. But I had difficulty understanding what I was saying, or he didn't know. I had difficulty understanding what I was saying, or I had difficulty understanding what he was saying. She said my relationship with Kisaragi has improved a bit. Yes. Okay, this is where I mess up. Okay. Tombstone. Okay, let's try a man's romance. See if he likes a man's romance. Ah, to me, this gift is very nice. It makes me feel good when I look at it. I'm glad he seems to like it. Okay, so that worked. Maeda, ya. A strange name, Yuki Maeda. How strange is it? It is an ordinary name. There is something I want to ask Kisaragi. Aside from that. Ask me, I'll try anything, bro. Where did Kisaragi come from? Monokuma said that you are a transfer student, but how is this school is completely cut off from the outside world? I know the current situation from the beginning. Monokuma is a huge criminal who kidnapped us and is making us kill each other. I know. Huh? I feel like I'm at an amusement park. I feel like I'm dreaming. My room is so cool. It looks cool. Question marks. What? For a moment, it seems like Kisaragi had answered seriously. Was it because of his mood? By the way, was it Yuji Maeda? Why are you doing that? It's completely unconventional. Well, my name is Yuki. I have no idea what you're talking about, so speak calmly. Darkness and light? Now that I think about it, I'm curious about the female student's condition. So, Mikako got brought up. There's no understanding at all. If I lead the conversation, simple communication such as affirmation or negative seems possible, but it seems impossible to talk in detail. It reminds me of Kurokawa when I first met her. It reminded me of Kurokawa. Kisaragi knows Kurokawa. Kurokawa seems to know Kisaragi. Oh. Mikako. I think it's something like that, but I don't seem to remember it. What is he talking about? He knows Kurokawa, but can't remember her? No, that's not why I don't... Google Translate can't deal with this. It's too weird and chopped up. Try to do the chopping. It's very strange. It's like the Finnegan's Wake of visual novel characters here. Okay. No, that's why. It doesn't work. That's not what I said. Something else, essentially separate, will be the problem. Okay. Ok. So same sound effect as Kurokawa. Why are you like this? As if something was grazing my head, or rather stabbing me with extreme intense pain. My condition was declining and not improving. Your head hurts? Is it similar to Kurokawa? Kurokawa, Mikako. After that, don't put it in my mouth. The moment I say it, the pain that gets worse comes like a wave. It hurts. Yamato wants to lie down and rest a moment in bed, so he goes to spend some time. Oh, okay. Kisaragi complained of a headache and went back to his room. Kisaragi seems to have some kind of relationship with Kurokawa, and the complaints of headaches are also similar. I can't deny anything suspicious, so let's keep checking. It's getting late. I decided to go back to my room. Is it already evening? Another day passes like this. It was yesterday that I passed the risk of death in the ballroom, and it was also yesterday that Kobashikawa and Uranami died. It's only been a day, but it already feels like it was a long time ago. I have to get out of here, even for my dead friends. Ray. Wait a moment. Mikaru. It's a little late. The late night broadcast rings. Come to my room. I knew you were here to call. You're here to call me? She goes right back without saying anything else. It's probably because she was aware of the surveillance cameras. By following Mikaru's words, there is at least nothing to lose. She's not going to stab you or something. It's the school broadcast. It's afternoon. It's nighttime. Okay. We're all gathered together, Ray-chan. Yeah. I said this several times, but it won't last long. I'll only talk about what's absolutely necessary. I'll make waves, so open your ears and listen carefully. There's something you found out during the investigation report. If you don't say it at the restaurant, it's important information that could be dangerous if people hear it. Have you found out who the shadowy figure is? No, it's not like that. Ray-chan, why are you like this? You look a little lackluster. Mikaru... It's a bit serious enough to get caught by you guys. Mikaru? Just listen carefully. There are two things I found out. Of course, I'm not sure. It's just my guess. But the possibility is high. First of all, do I remember you all? What I said, do you all remember what I said this morning? What are you talking about? A considerable amount of time has already passed since we entered Hope's Peak Academy. And we don't remember it. I'm talking about this hypothesis. You're talking about this hypothesis? I remember, but... I always thought that something Ray-chan said to try to push Mikako-chan away. Of course, there was that intention, but before I could explain everything properly, Monokuma brought in a transfer student and it was over. We lost our memories. Maybe it's not a hypothesis. No matter what, it's so ridiculous that everyone has memory loss. I told you to shut up and listen, you whatever you are. And I will explain it to you step by step. Mikaru said that and took out the piece of paper from her pocket. That paper. This is some of the things I've been wondering about since I was trapped here. There's nothing to worry about. You're so thorough, unlike us, you're thorough. First of all, it was right after Yuhara's execution that I started to suspect about memory loss. I've probably talked about this topic with Maeda before. Which you were talking about on the 4th floor, when the 4th floor just opened. Until then, Mikaru seemed like she wouldn't believe, even checking with me again. I thought so at the time, but as more and more fitting clues continued to appear, I changed my mind. If you recall what we talked about with Maeda back then, do you remember the video Monokuma showed us right before Yuhara was executed? You're talking about the horrifying video of the corpses of the children? What a cruel criminal Monokuma is. Not only killing children, but also leaving them to rot. Yes, rot. That's where I felt doubt for the first time. Yuhara said that after he fainted, he woke up much earlier than us and met Monokuma. He said that at that time, he saw the children taken hostage by Monokuma and even spoke to them directly. This was the entrance ceremony, so it must have been about a week before Yuhara was executed. In other words, even if the children were killed immediately after talking to Yuhara, it means it's only been about a week since they died. So it's possible for the person in question... Is it possible for the person in question to rot so badly that it becomes bare bone in just a week? Certainly there is a problem. I don't know, but I'm feeling dizzy. it's the same if you consider whether it's a day or not. I don't like it because it looks like it's taken with a... But now it... should I bother? No, I won't bother. The answer is implausible. If it is natural, not artificially touched, or in a truly specific environment. Things that remained a mystery to me at this time. I found a notice in the library saying the Host Academy was closed and a group photo of us that I saw in the art room. It was the first time... Well, it was that Maeda saw it in the art room. It was the first time I thought of the possibility of memory loss in connection with these two. The Great Tongue. So, then next. I wasn't sure at the time, so I kept it as a hypothesis. After listening to Iranami the other day, I started thinking again. Maybe. You're talking about the photo taken with Iranami that Kobashikawa discovered. That is right. This is really just a guess, but if we're really in a state of contact, our bodies might have reacted first, even if we had no memory, after seeing a photo of our lover. Right, you get the endorphin hit. That means that before he lost his memories, Kobashikawa and Satsuki-chan were lovers? It's just speculation, so don't take it seriously. The reason I think this way is because no matter how good your compatibility is for a match made in heaven, it is close to impossible to give up your life for someone you just met. Look at the Makaru, the photo. Look at the photo. Looking at the photo, I vaguely wondered if, but not literally looking at it, but it's like considering the photo, I vaguely wondered if Kobashikawa's mind might have recognized an old memory. Of course, that doesn't mean I look down on the sacrificial spirit of those two. Wow, I didn't know that such a romantic sentiment would come out of Makaru's mouth. It's nothing like that, idiot. This is something that can be explained scientifically. In the case of fragmentary memory loss, by showing clues such as flashbacks and old memories or hypnosis. Yeah, I understand I was wrong. I'm sorry. Please calm down and talk to me again. Anyway, there is something like that. Another clue is a newspaper article that Maeda and Taira found this morning. The newspaper clipping with the date in the future? Yes, it may be the future from our perspective, but add memory loss to that, and will you be still able to see it as the future? Wait a minute, that is a considerable amount of time that has passed since we entered Hope Seek Academy. It's been 3 months, not weeks. The newspaper's date is usually the new semester season about. If it's from the past, and it's also a newspaper from quite some time ago. Shouldn't you read the newspaper without blindly insisting on memory loss? Even if this absurd thing were real, it would be clear to anyone that it was a fabrication. Or on time. It's actually more credible because it's this absurd. Or is it credible because it's this absurd? What? Man, imagine if you look at like the most unbelievable thing ever and you're like, I know this is not a prank. Because no one would make a prank this obvious. And you just live your life doing that over and over again. And you start believing the most ridiculous things. I think about it. What hasn't happened since we were trapped here that wasn't absurd? To begin with, the situation itself is absurd. I can't refute that. Was the greatest, most worst, most bad, most hopeless event in human history? As I read the article slowly, I realized that the world was in such a mess that it is no exaggeration to say that it had been destroyed. So the world is about to be destroyed? It doesn't make sense. No, it has been destroyed already. No. It's over the limit of the world's destruction, but I think it's at least enough to cause human society to collapse. There is nothing like that. No, think about it carefully. This is beyond absurd. This is just a joke. The world is ending. There's no way something like that could happen. This is fiction. Idiot. That's just your personal opinion. The world we live in is not as perfect as we think, and no one knows when it will suddenly collapse. In the world, in other words, the Earth has already experienced hundreds of crises and almost led to nuclear war. The fact that society is maintained like this itself is a fortune that goes beyond the lottery. That's true. If that's true, if the real world has been destroyed, we have no reason to leave the school. Oh, Tori? Don't be so discouraged. I keep saying this, but it's just my guess. Still, it's so exquisite. The greatest, most awful, most tragic event in human history. In fact, we may already know what is expected to happen in the aftermath of this. What are you talking about? The motivation that Monokuma showed us before Maki died. I don't know what each of you saw, but if the article written in the newspaper is true, is there no explanation for that video either? Question? No way. If that video is really true, the family has already been... In fact, Tataro's words also added more credibility. The headquarters was terrorized. FIFA. The land was so destroyed that it was impossible to run. It does not match the content of the... Does that not match the content of the articles? If I were to summarize it up to this point, after entering Hopesuki Academy, we lived a normal school life. Then the greatest, most awful, most tragic event in human history occurred. We somehow survived. We had our memories removed by someone, and were trapped in an unknown place. Or a known place. We doubted and slandered each other. Some ended up dying. Grunt. I can't believe it. But after hearing what Ray-chan said, everything fits so well that I wonder if it's really true. Also, the article says the epicenter of the incident in Hopesuki Academy. We, the students of Hopesuki Academy, are not completely unrelated. No, but why us? We're not the only students at Hopesuki Academy. What about the other students? Are we the only ones going through this? Don't be mad, idiot. It's not confirmed yet. Well, I don't know the details, but I can think of one reason why we are going through this. Us 15. No, it's not because there is darkness in the middle of the name. It says a mastermind among us. As expected, you thought the same. I was always suspicious of Mikako-chan and Kisaragi. You're suspicious of Mikako-chan and Kisaragi-kun? No, I'm not sure about that. Then what are you talking about? This morning you were so suspicious of Kurokawa and Kisaragi. Rather, there is a mastermind among us, and if not those two, then who is it? Well, don't make a fuss. Listen carefully. I can't be sure about this, but much less a guess. It's just my imagination. Here we go. I said that we may have lost our memories, didn't I not? But if the mastermind is the same... What are you talking about, Makaru? The truth is that Could the truth be that the mastermind erased its own memories? If, just in case it is true, it is not strange It is not strange if someone is the mastermind. Okay. It could be Maeda, it could be Taira, it could be Otori. Or maybe it's me saying this. I didn't want to be seen like this, but it's not good to lie in a partnership, so I'll be honest. I am scared. If the hypothesis is true, and if I were the mastermind... Oh, I see. Okay, so basically they said you think the mastermind could have erased their own memories. If that's the case, then they could be the mastermind and not remember it. And so... Oh, okay. That's a new idea on the whole Danganronpa mastermind thing that they didn't actually do in the commercial Danganronpa. That's interesting. That's a good idea. I think it's inspired by Zero Escape Virtue's Last Reward. Now, that's not how Zero Escape Virtue's Last Reward, although it's very inspired by Danganronpa, it doesn't do it like you were the mastermind because you did it, you don't remember doing it. It's because the time traveled around a bunch, right? So you did it, and then you did it, but you did it in a future iteration, like a further along iteration of your stream of consciousness. So it's not like you did it and forgot, it's you are yet to do it. But it makes you think along similar lines, right? The whole I'm the mastermind, and I just don't remember being the mastermind. The more I dig into the identity of the mastermind, the more I deny my own existence. For the first time we met, Mikaro trembled slightly and showed a sign of weakness. Denying one's own existence would be like a disaster for Mikaro, who values perfection. Maybe not existence, but Rei-chan. I'm sorry for suddenly showing you this when you were telling me that if you follow me, you would catch the mastermind. After the memory loss hypothesis, I thought about various things about the mastermind and came up with this theory. From then on, I got a strange chill and became mentally weak. Here's the thing, that's very if you want to make a very Danganronpa grand finale with the final trial, you can't really do it this way. Like, if an individual was one of these people were the mastermind and forgot, they'd have to suddenly remember in the trial, and then they would just suddenly go mastermind crazy. I guess it could work. You want to have that crazy confrontation with the crazy mastermind person. It's out of their mind. or really in their mind. It depends on how you think of it. This looks not good at all. It's not me. So forget what I just said. Mekaru is also a human being, so I would have guessed that you would have felt fear as well. You're noisy. I just hesitated a moment. Forget it. Our goal still doesn't change, so I know that. Mekaru was slightly embarrassed and shouted. After catching her breath for a moment, she looked at the paper and spoke again. First of all, it is one of the possible cases. I think the possibility of that happening is low, so let's put this issue aside for now. Wait a minute, why did you suddenly think like that after always doubting Kurukawa and Kisaragi? To be honest, the reason I doubted those two was simply the elimination method. It seemed to be something plain about those two that could be called dark. There seems something plain about those two. The unadorned appearance is the smoke of darkness or something. If you really don't know that you are in darkness, if you really look like your true self without any decoration? I don't know what she means, but what is that? You don't know that you are the mastermind? If that happens, it would be impossible to even know the identity of the mastermind. Well, no, someone still did it. You just have to fight it out, like, by investigate, like, by, like, evidence and stuff. That's true, but the possibility of doing it to that extent is low. If you erase your own memories in the first place, it's impossible to deal with it, even as the mastermind. So it's just a plan. I just tried it once. If you are a mastermind in the dark acting, even those unadorned appearances could all be acting. If that's the case, wouldn't it be more realistic to conclude that the mastermind is not among us? Due to Kurokawa's suspicious nature and Kisaragi's presence, I am suspicious of them. There is no guarantee that the shadows, the mastermind, is among us. We are all victims, and if the unidentified disciple is the mastermind, the doubts Mikaru feels will be resolved. If the mastermind is the one who caused the greatest, most awful, most tragic event in human history, then one of us committed a terrorist act on a global scale. Well, I honestly agree with you on that point. It makes no sense for one high school student to change the world. Oh, you're not very familiar with Danganronpa, Maeda, but I take your word for it. There's no guarantee that the dark mastermind of the situation we face is the same person as the mastermind of the greatest, most awful, most tragic event in human history. You're right, though. But I also agree with Maeda. There is a mastermind among us, so no matter what happens, we can't easily believe. There's also the problem of controlling Monokuma. Maeda, as Maeda said, there are no guarantees. Okay, but I'm just saying, let's think about all the cases. Always think about the cases where the mastermind is among us. To be honest, everything you've said so far is absurd. That doesn't feel so absurd that it doesn't feel realistic at all. Even if it's true, in theory, it is realistically impossible to artificially erase all of our memories. It's not like that at all. Considering the scientific power of the Kisaragi Foundation. What's that? I found out two things. One is our memory loss, which I've talked about a lot just now. The other is information about the Kisaragi Foundation. A little while ago, the scientific power of the Kisaragi Foundation, I said it literally. It is no exaggeration to say that the Kisaragi Foundation has already been ahead of the curve for half a century in terms of cutting-edge science. It can be said to be comparable to the United States. Well, the United States is not ahead of the curve, but anyway. There's also a rumor that they are actually providing manpower to the U.S., although this is not credible. This means that the Kisaragi Foundation can manipulate all of our memories. It isn't impossible, right? In the first place, one of the reasons I thought the mastermind was among us was because I thought there was a real need for someone to control Monokuma. I thought there was a real, or did or didn't. What, Monokuma? So it was among us or not among us, I didn't pick up which. In fact, with the technology at the level of the Kisaragi Foundation, it is not a dream to create a Monokuma-class artificial intelligence robot, and the humanoid theory has already been completed. In other words, you don't need to control it. It just automates. So that allows the mastermind to be among us. Okay, there we go. It's fine. But when Mikaru was trapped here, not long ago, didn't Monokuma treat the thing called artificial intelligence as nonsense? Well, Monokuma says whatever he wants to say. At that time, I didn't know the Kisaragi Foundation was involved. Oh, didn't you say that AI was nonsense? Still, this hypothesis is absurd, because at the bottom level, we have already reached the level of humans. Was it true? What is the true identity of the Kisaragi Foundation? Why is the Kisaragi Foundation so involved in Homestuck Academy? That is difficult. Definitely a question, as was the Kisaragi Foundation's mark hanging on the floor of the ground floor's collection room. You mean hanging on the wall of the fifth floor's director's office? Speaking of that, listen carefully to what I say from now on, because you might be a bit surprised. Why are you making your voice so low? What I found out about the What I found out about the Kisaragi Foundation. That's right. What are you guys doing in Miss Mikaru's room? That is so Monokuma. Monokuma, don't stop at this truly exquisite time. What's so exquisite? More than that, I can't see the surveillance camera here again. What's happening? More than that, the way you talk like this again. Leave me alone. Monokuma has caught a strange concept once or twice. Hey, you guys, it's late at night and you can't even sleep, and you're doing this in Miss Mikaru's room? No way. No way, we didn't do anything. Just the two of you. Aren't you doing strange things? There's 4 people. What? Okay, so ya, kacha. Which, it doesn't really translate well into English. Google Translate has an interesting translation, which I will not read out loud. I'm joking. It's more serious than that. I couldn't see the surveillance camera, so I came here to check. Why are you checking on us? If it's poor management, what do you need to know about surveillance cameras? We just can't sleep. We were just gathered together and chatting about trivial things. Please get out of here quickly. Well, it's probably been poor management throughout the year. I'm wondering if you guys may have done something to the camera. I know that, Monokuma. I know that, but if that's true, I'll charge you for damaging property. What, Monokuma? Monokuma, who usually used a strange tone in a slightly different mood, suddenly stopped speaking after a while, as he were dead. What? Don't say. He doesn't say anything. It's a trap. What are you... Monokuma, what are you doing? Stay still. This somehow seems familiar to back then. That time? When Yuharu's execution was over, Kurokawa and Mikako went down the secret stairs, saying that Monokuma had been stopped. That means the school's functions are still suspended. It's so brutal. It's not even a computer that's on the verge of failure. It's like a computer that's on the verge of failure. It might turn into Monokuma. Oh, you're back. Why is this body movement so slow? No, it's not that my movements are sluggish. Well, I can't move. This can't be happening. I don't know anything at all. My body doesn't move. The bluffing. It seems like the time you can move is limited to beginning to 11 o'clock. Oh. What are you doing? Wait a little bit. For you to reboot the system, I guess. It's not the camera that's the problem. I need to take a quick check now. He disappeared. What happened? Leave me alone. I have no time to worry about Monokuma. Rather, it would be better to call it a day. Yeah, I haven't heard from you yet about the second fact that you found out. I'll tell you about that tomorrow. You may have seen it before, but Monokuma is slowly starting to notice something wrong in my room. I'll come up with another solution soon, so just go back for now. Let's do as she says, guys. It's already late at night anyway, so we should go to bed early for tomorrow. Honestly, I don't think I'll be able to sleep much because of all the talk about memory loss. For now, I'll just go back and pretend. Let's hurry up and go to sleep because I turned off the switch. There it is. Why a teddy bear? Don't say it out loud. Don't worry about it, just go to sleep. For now, we decide to follow Makaro's words and go to bed. Let's go back. I went back to my room. I lay down to bed, but I couldn't sleep at all. Of course, if Makaru's story is true, and if all of us have already spent time at Hosu Academy and have lost our memories, we end up killing each other, friends we went to school with. That can't be possible. We have amnesia. Makaru also said that it was just a guess and it's an unlikely story. I tried to fall asleep by making hints to myself like that. So what are you going to do next? Hey, thinking like that about a classmate I've been with is the most despairing. Then I'll leave it to you to do what I've been thinking about for a while. Oh, no more details. It's annoying. Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on it, but I can't guarantee it because it's not that important anyway. By the way, I know that if you decide like that, you might die. Huh. I was hoping you wouldn't worry at all. You don't interfere with my plans as much as your fingernails, so get rid of your unnecessary excitement. How are you not feeling a little despair now? What do you like about this boring guy? From now on, you are a king there. What? Do your best. That was weird. Is it a needle? Oh, my hair. Why the headache? Did I sleep wrong? It's happening to everybody. I feel like I had a strange dream, but I can't really remember it because of the headache. It's morning. It's time to wake up. Let's live this day to the best of our ability to live days. The broadcast is finally ringing. I have to go have breakfast with the kids. Breakfast time as usual. Even with Makaru, it was just a name. Not even excluding that, it was quieter than usual. It was natural. Even if you try to talk to find something to counter the darkness, you will be exposed to the darkness here because of the surveillance cameras. Darkness being the mastermind. Besides that, everyone seemed to have a lot to think about because of Makaru's speculation last night. Most crucially, there were other people in the restaurant besides the four of us. This dish is quite decent. The taste between the new world and the old world. But the woman dancing the tango of the Iberian Peninsula is familiar. The food tastes bad because the crazy guy is with me. I want to stop eating. Mikaro, even so, that's too harsh. What's wrong? I don't have to tell you what I think of that guy. Well, Mikaro was more suspicious of Kisaragi as a candidate for the mastermind than anyone else. Hey, I've tried talking to all of you, but I was somehow scared, so I didn't say anything. I tried talking to him once yesterday. Oh, I tried talking to him once yesterday, but I couldn't understand a single word of what he was saying. Like Monokuma said, there seems to be something a little wrong with his head. But even putting that aside, I don't feel like Kisaragi-kun is bad. It's not a matter of being good or bad. I don't know what I want to say. Do you think I have to say it out loud here for you to understand? Makaru, lower your voice. I can hear you all. He can hear you. I don't care if I listened or not. He's disabled. What do I care? Makaru, I'm in a bad mood today because of this morning. Alright, is Makaru in a bad mood because of this morning? Mikako-chan, have you come to your senses? Are you okay? With blood pouring out of your face like that. Yesterday, Kurokawa came to her senses for a moment, but no one knows it except Kisaragi and I. But I forgot to mention it. I am okay. That's a nice radar, but why'd you come here? I guess that you still don't think it's a cooperative relationship with us? You're clearly hiding something. I know you'll be snippy until you tell me the truth. Or I'll be snippy until you tell me the truth. One or the other. I am sorry. Eat rice. I'll go out. Wait a moment. There's no need to push it this hard. Mikako-chan, it's okay. Together. There is definitely a fact that only you know. And that may be a decisive key to changing this frustrating situation. I just want to move on. Mikaru. I'm sorry, but I agree with Mikaru's opinion. If you're hiding something, then if you're honest, why can't you say it? Done. Don't fight because of me. You guys, just do what you've been doing. Yama. Mikako-chan. I can't stand it anymore. Even at this moment, you're spewing out such suspiciousness all over your body, and you're telling me to keep my mouth shut and stay away from you. It's not funny. Are you treating me like a fool? It's like, fight. Actually, Mikako would win. Surprise, you suddenly did something, Mikaru. A headache again. What is the identity of that headache? What is your relationship with the Kisaragi Foundation? What is your relationship with Kisaragi Yamato? How do you know that when Monokuma stops, the facility stops? Sorry. I can't answer. Why can't you answer? I can't answer. Are you kidding me? Then I can't put everything aside and say that you are the... Then I can't... How can I put... This is an important line, so I gotta piece it apart. Okay. Then, so can we put everything aside and say that you are the mastermind? Yes. Mikaru, calm down. Why are you so upset all of a sudden? Kurokawa, I know this is painful. But I'm asking you this. If you know something, please tell me. That's just please. Okay, tell me, please. If you know something, tell me, please. That's because Kurokawa doesn't want to talk, or you really don't know anything? It's impossible. I'm not asking you to tell me what you know. I'm asking you to explain why you can't tell me. Don't come near. Kurokawa Mikako. The expression is, don't stand there. Huh? Oh, Mikaru? What are you doing? Why is this happening all of a sudden? Action. This is the first time seeing Kurokawa run, and this is the first time I see Mikaru like that. What is it now? Let's chase after them for now. Mikaru. She went into her room. Why are you so angry? Nothing will change if you purge Mikako-chan. There's no way Rei-chan wouldn't know that. Of course I know. I also know that this isn't like me. But I find it even more surprising that you guys can calm down in this situation. What do you mean? I'll call you again later tonight. Until then, I'll do some research. Rei-chan. Has there ever been a time when she was this emotional? This is unprecedented. A story I didn't hear last night. Is that it? Mikaru knows the story, we don't. So is there such a difference? Rei-chan, the content is so serious that it's embarrassing? I don't know, there's no way for us to know. But somehow I feel uneasy. Man, this is really stringing me along. Mikaru, who showed her reassuring side by telling me to just follow her. To me, it looks like she was shaking a little. For now, let's focus on doing what we can. Because a positive mind is important. I actually don't have any idea what the theory is. I don't quite know what the second piece is. But I presume it has something to do with Mikako's condition. And Rei, some sort of knowledge Rei has of Mikako's condition. Can we find Kisaragi? Yes, we can. Okay, same opening dialogue. Okay, so we know that man's fantasy works on him, so we'll just do another man's fantasy. Okay. What is it, Maeda? You clearly made a drastic change to make the building sparkle like a brand new one. Kisaragi, you look like you're in a good mood. I'm sorry, but there's something I have to ask you. Is that okay? The reason you ask so many questions is it because you don't know how many times you've asked them, Maeda? I'm sorry, but I really want you to know. I really want to know. The notebook in the cell at the back of the library. The diary written there. Was that written by you, Kisaragi? There was a notebook in the solitary room behind the library? It's been quite a while since I came here. It'll be safe for a while. I can't leave. It's roughly written like this. Do you know? That notebook is not a diary. It's written. Kisaragi? Don't get involved. The more you dig into it, the more questions about the truth will be answered, but you won't be able to come back. What are you saying? Oh, you'll become like him or Mikako, where you get the brain damage. I'm very lucky right now. Surprisingly, our surviving friends were able to make it this far. That is right. There is no going back. There isn't much time left. We have to do something to suppress it until time runs out. Curiosity shouldn't be infinite. I am destroyed without knowing anything. That is despair. It is all in vain. Or to be destroyed without knowing anything. Calm down. If you don't know, you don't have to force an answer. I'm just asking. Mayuki Maeda, the rest of... I believe in her. She is a good friend. That's why I believe in her, but I can't do it. I know that. It's not possible. I saw it briefly, but Mikako... I trust her, but deep down in my heart, I still believe in her. Kisaragi, why are you so embarrassed? I told you to calm down first. Well, it's okay if it's something else, but I asked about something like that. Did you ask about something... It's really hard to talk to him. In particular, it's hard for everyone else to talk to him. In particular, they suspect that the owner of the notebook is Kisaragi, and furthermore, they suspect that it is a dark conspiracy. He didn't give a definitive answer, but his reaction definitely seems to have something to do with it. I don't really understand Kisaragi's words. But we don't have time to waste, so I'll tell you straight. We suspect that Kisaragi is a mastermind. You suddenly appeared in such a late time, and traces of the Kisaragi Foundation are being discovered throughout the school. But I don't want to believe that. I don't want Kisaragi as a mastermind. So, don't you stay calm and tell us what you still can't calm and tell us the truth? Monokama, I vaguely think, is a mastermind. Monokuma and that bear is not Monokuma. So it's like something like, you think I am a mastermind? You think Monokuma is not Monokuma? It is not right to think that this is a trap. However, what I am conveying from my side is conveyed through words. Isn't it a bit difficult? I guess it's probably the case with her. I don't know what's going on, but as I understand it, Kisaragi seems to be having a hard time, so I won't ask any more questions. Kisaragi's brain abnormality. Was Kisaragi really like this from birth? The photo I found in the teacher's room showed that the kid who was appointed as the representative of the Kisaragi Foundation had this abnormality and made it difficult for him to communicate. Question? Probably Monokuma didn't put Kisaragi in front of us for nothing. I don't think there's any special information I can hear from Kisaragi. It would be in vain to talk anymore. Maeda, I'm a friend. Actually, it would be been nice if we had been reminiscing like that before, but I think it would be better if it continued like this. No, it's okay. There's still hope left. These things are really lost on me, but Kisaragi went back to his room without saying any more. Kisaragi is a guy I really don't know. It's not a matter of dimension or anything. I think he was originally an ordinary kid. Brain abnormality. When Monokuma said that, what Monokuma said bothers me. Kisaragi seems to be trying to convey something on his own way, but I can't understand it at all. Even though, and the Korean to English makes it even harder, even though we had only met for a short time, he called me his friend. For some reason, I don't feel unfamiliar with Kisaragi's voice calling me a friend. Huh. Afternoon. Yeah, the English, to make it Korean to English makes it really cryptic and hard to deal with. Maeda. Let me try asking, because you keep asking questions like that, and it's awkward, and I can't answer. Calm down, Kisaragi. I don't have anything to ask you now. I'm glad. And that way I decided to do it with Maeda Yuki as pure and unspoiled as when I didn't know anything. Those guys are the mastermind. And Yuki, okay. Yuki says, yes, those guys are the mastermind and all, but if you talk to them directly, they'll know. Even if there's no basis, it's suspicious. But Kisaragi seems like a good boy. Maeda, I'm thinking about it a while. Thinking about my personality. Huh? That's good. Kisaragi? You've been thinking about my personality, probably. Stay the same as you are and never change. Oh, I have been thinking about your personality, Maeda. Okay. Stay the way you are and never change. What are you talking about? The way you talk is normal. My headache was blown away, and I found a gambling house on the third floor. I was happy for once and took Maeda to play. Kisaragi? It was only for a moment, but it seemed like Kisaragi called my name in his normal form. Soon he returned to his strange form again, but was it a hallucination? What is certain, though, is that Kisaragi doesn't seem to be a bad person. I somehow feel like a friend I missed. It feels like a friend I missed. Kisaragi seems to think so, too. I felt a deeper bond with Kisaragi than ever before. It felt like we had become truly close. Although she was difficult to understand, I somehow got along and played darts at the casino. Permanent organ. Yeah, permanent organ. Guys, so I got the skill. I didn't understand any of that, by the way, if you're wondering. I didn't understand anything that was being said. I know it's kind of the point, but it shouldn't have. The translating, making it Korean with no spaces between the words and running that through Google Translate with like the names included, it just made it like so much worse. I mean, 10 times worse. It's getting late. I decided to go back to my room. Like, it's supposed to be kind of like a cryptic riddle. Like, you're supposed to be able to think about it and kind of get it. But I think made it so much more cryptic. I was no hope on understanding what was being said. To figure out like some good Samaritan in the comments or something to try to like make it work. Just like yesterday when it was late at night, Mikaru called us together. Mikaru, I've said this many times, but I can't stay for long. It's probably shorter than yesterday because Monokuma was starting to notice the existence of this room more and more. Maybe this will be the last time we meet in my room. Then what should I do? Where should we go now? Let's leave it to me. There's nothing more to talk about. What? It's nothing. If it's a problem with the room, don't worry. I'll try to create new jamming in another suitable place. What's more important right now is the second information system that Makaru tried to cut up. Series of information that Makaru got cut off from yesterday. That's right. What on earth is that makes Raychan so embarrassed? I felt a sense of discomfort at that moment. Normally, as someone with sky-high self-esteem, I wasn't embarrassed at Tyra's words just now. I thought she was going to yell, but unexpectedly, Mikaru just calmly swallowed her breath. Someone with sky-high self-esteem, I don't know, it's supposed to be like, listen well. I said I found out something about the Kisaragi. Did I say I found out something about the Kisaragi Foundation? That is the place we are currently trapped in. Hope's Peak Academy? This place, Hope's Peak Academy? No. What? That would be very Danganronpa-like. This is not Hope's Peak Academy. What? This is no longer Hope's Peak Academy? In the first place, we found out that the place we were at was Hope's Peak Academy as soon as we were trapped here, did we not? That's right. Raychan revealed that herself. You found the Hope's Peak Academy brochure and found out that the structure matched. Yeah, but it's the Kisaragi Foundation has the power to make a replica. No, I just thought it was like that at the time. But it wasn't. What on earth is going on, Makaru? Why do you think like that? What is this? Paper? I found it on the brochure. The fifth floor of Hope's Peak Academy. This is the structure from the second floor and the fifth floor. What? As Mikaru said, it was a guidebook showing the structure of Hope's Peak Academy. It seemed to be the remainder of the layered map that Mikaru discovered on the first day she was trapped here. As you guys said, since the floor plan of the building of the first floor were the same as what I found here, I had no doubts in believing that this was Hope's Peak Academy. But that was my mistake. Look at the guide carefully. The Hope's Peak Academy brochure. Just by looking at the structure of the first floor, of the second floor, we were able to understand what Makaru meant. What is this classroom in the library? And the swimming pool? There is no such thing as a swimming pool. Not only that, there is no power room in this booklet either. Putting aside the anxiety that was slowly rising, I looked at the structure diagram layer by layer. Now you know that this place we are trapped in is not like Hope's Academy. Or is not Hope's Academy. Oh my god. According to the Hope's Academy brochure, the structure was as follows. On the second floor, there was a classroom, a library, a swimming pool. The swimming pool is fully equipped with a locker room and fitness equipment. We see that in Blowback when we see that in Trigger Happy Havoc. I just kind of like being a fan game meta thing. The third floor, there was a classroom and a lounge, an art room, a physics preparation room. The lounge is fully equipped with entertainment such as mini billiards and darts. That's what we see in Trigger Happy Havoc. Oh, it's doing a play on it. Oh, this is interesting. On the fourth floor, there was classrooms, a teacher's office, an academy director's office, an information processing room, a music room, and a chemistry room. Right, like Trigger Happy Havoc. And on the last floor, there were classrooms, a biology room, which we saw in the Trigger Happy Havoc. That's the cold storage of bodies, a natural farm, the garden with the chickens, an archery studio. Also in Trigger Happy Havoc. There are similar facilities, but most of them are different, especially the floors. Even if they are completely different facilities, then this is really not Hope's Week Academy. This is a fan game. No, I can't be sure from this alone. There's a possibility that the mastermind remodeled Hope's Week Academy just as a surveillance camera was remodeled into a machine gun. Of course, this is not the only thing. I think it would be easy to judge. Question mark. The guidebook merely dealt a final blow to the question that had remained unanswered until now. What remains in doubt? There is quite a lot. Where should I start? Yes, the first question was when the floor was first opened. The second floor was first opened. You will remember because I was with Maeda back then too. When Monokuma said in the power room said that Hope's Academy was not being able to receive energy from outside. Yes, it's strange. Hope's Academy, located in the middle of Tokyo, doesn't receive energy from outside. Even if we assume that the outside world is in shambles due to the worst and the greatest, most awful, most tragic event in human history, there will be plenty of safety measures such as minimal reserve power. Wouldn't there be? Even so, Monokuma said it was impossible. From then on, I started to feel a little uncomfortable. If you look at the library and the teacher's office, there isn't a single book that you would find in a school. All of them are papers, dictionaries, etc. That was also mentioned by Kinjo. When the fourth floor opened, the teacher's office was inspected. The same thing happened when Yuhara found Maki's cell phone, and it was out of service. It's a strange story considering the location of Hope's Week Academy. That's right. So we're in like the building Q of Danganronpa. The biggest question is the appearance of the fifth floor. There was at least a classroom up on this floor, but the floor looked like it was 100 million light years away from the school. You all saw it. Crucially, the structure of the floor is very similar to the power room on the second floor. Rather than saying that this is a remodeled school, I don't think it's right to say that the original floor was remodeled to resemble it. I don't think it's right to say that the original floor was remodeled to resemble I don't know. Rather than saying this is a remodeled school, I think it's right to say that the original floor was remodeled to look like a school. Is this really not Hope's Week Academy? I can't be 100% sure, but there's a high probability that it is. Because we were kidnapped from Hope's Week Academy, we mistook the similar-looking buildings for Hope's Week Academy. The similar-looking building for Hope's Week Academy. If it's not Hosuki Academy, then where on earth is this? Where do you think? A mark that has been seen countless times on the building so far. And if there is a place that has the technology to renovate a building to this extent, no way. It's called the Kisaragi Foundation? The Kisaragi Foundation. Or it is most likely some building owned by the foundation. Then the dark shadow that trapped us the dark mastermind that trapped us is a person from the Kisaragi Foundation? Then as expected, that girl, Kisaragi Yamato, is the mastermind. That man, Kisaragi Yamato, is the mastermind? If we overlap the hypothesis with memory loss, everything becomes a mess, and it becomes impossible to find out the truth, even if you are a super high school level or whatever. In addition, you cannot receive energy supplies and are outside the communication zone. It's highly likely that it's somewhere far away from the city. As of now, there are no clues. The more I find out, the more despairing facts I learn. Even if I get out of here, I might not be able to survive safely. Why are you doing this, Makaru? What? I have limited abilities? You were so confident that you would cooperate, but are you just giving up in despair? Don't be funny. I didn't even say a word about giving up. The fact that you're so discouraged means you're already half thinking that way. You were so angry this morning. I was worried about what you were going to say. Your shoulders slumped in fear as an assumption that wasn't even true. Was that Makaru who was always shouting at us? Did I mention Maeda Yuki? You two, why are you like this? Stop it. Why are you trying to fight? The situation is different now than when I was shouting loudly. What you say now is nothing but leaning on me and then becoming anxious, passing the responsibility to me and whining. Even though I was surprised by the fact that it was wrong, I didn't give up. I didn't have any intention of giving up, and I didn't despair. Are you really scared of getting angry like that? Or something? If you don't know anything, just shut up. I'm saying this all the more because I facing a difficult situation. I think you are mistaken in thinking that squealing that nothing is wrong, even after hearing the despairing facts, is an act of courage. But that is reckless and stupid. It's not courageous, you idiot. In reality, there is no more information, and knowing that there is no answer to the situation we are in, but acting foolishly is no different from suicide. What is it? What is it? Have you discovered the secret to finding and overcoming the mastermind? No, I don't know anything either. But I'm not being reckless. I'm telling you not to give up. If you get discouraged because there's no answer, nothing will change. Where did Makaru go when she was so confident before Kisaragi appeared? I don't know if you could ever capture the mastermind if you become this desperate. This desperate? I've heard through my nose what I've said so far. After organizing all the information I found since I was trapped here up to this moment, there are two things I found out. That is, even if we put all the clues together, all we find out is that we have lost our memory and that this is not Hosuki Peak Academy. This is it. There are no clues beyond that. So the entire last floor has already been opened, and in order for the remaining locked areas to be opened, someone else has to go after them and clear the class trial. But I promised that I would get out of here with you, so no more killing. Or what? You want a murder to happen? That's not what I want. The only hope... Mikako Kurukawa, the only hope, hasn't told us anything. So we need to find out even if it's too late. So let's get along well and do this, so I won't be angry. Can we get along well and do this so I don't be angry? Question. If you want to say something, do it yourself and do it after you've figured out something to solve the situation. Don't just run amok without knowing anything, you idiot. Why? Are you guys fighting now? Monokuma? That guy came and caused a stir. There's nothing more to talk about now, so y'all go away. Don't come into my room anymore. Ray-chan. Oh, it's over. I'm sorry for the rough atmosphere, but I'm talking about the surveillance camera. It doesn't seem to be a malfunction. What do you know? You little bear, get out of my room. Oh, scary. I'll just tell you this. Maeda to Makaru, I'll tell you this. Hope isn't something you find, it's something you create. Do not forget. Mikao kicked us all out and locked the door. Judging by her attitude, it looks like she will keep her distance from us again starting tomorrow. We won't even go into Makaru's room anymore. Did I say something unnecessary? I fully understand Makaru's words and feelings. As Makaru said, even if we organize all the information we have obtained since being trapped here, there are only two conclusions. Of course, those two conclusions are neither a clue to our escape nor a clue to the darkness, or to the mastermind. Rather, is a fact that only made our minds more confused. But it is right to be angry and discouraged like that? Of course, Makaru is a human being, so I understand that you are angry and nervous, but I don't know what to do. First of all, the night is deep. Let's sleep. I think it would be much better now. Amnesia. Kisaragi Foundation. This is not Hope's Academy. Confusing information and Makaru's angry face keep flickering in the corner of my eyes. I became emotionally distant and ended up fighting violently with Makaru. I can't really say whether Taira, Otori, or Makaru's hypothesis was shocking or not. Kinjo still shows no sign of waking up. Damn it. I'm going to do this. This is not what Iranami saved us. This is not why Iranami saved us. I forced my mind to calm down and fell into sleep. Taira? Oh, no. This is a morning announcement. I don't care. There's something weirdly, subtly different about that morning announcement. There was a hint. I missed it. It was a morning of a blink of an eye. I was really upset last night. Even if we calm down, let's go eat first. Or in order to calm down. Ray's not here. Breakfast time. So Mikako's going to walk in again, right? The only people in the restaurant were Otori, Kisaragi, and Taira. As expected, Mikaru did not come. Ray-chan came here. A little while before Maeda-kun came. Is that right? Yes, as soon as she arrived, she just grabbed some food from the kitchen and left. I called to her, but she said that we should investigate on our own and left without looking back. She seems to be really angry because of yesterday. But I don't think it's Maeda-kun's fault. I can't judge who's right, but I don't think yesterday was anyone's fault. But if Mikaru takes her hands off us, it's hard to be together, so what can we do on our own? It's hard when we're together, so what can we do on our own? Tori, I'm sorry. I'm not reprimanding Maeda. I also thought yesterday's Mikaru was a little strange. What should I do from now on? I'm just saying that because I'm worried. Rei-chan is clearly nervous. I wasn't that close to her, but I knew that she was very responsible. Even when she was acting alone, she investigated how to escape from here more thoroughly than anyone else. She even promised that she would let us all live together after she cooperated with us. Let's all work together. In the end, all the information she worked out so far to find out was useless. Mikaru feels responsible for the fact that it was even more desperate information. I shouted so loudly without even knowing Mikaru's feelings. Despair, Maeda-kun, why are you blaming yourself again? I've said this many times, but Maeda-kun is not at fault. Thank you, but even if you say I am not at fault, I am still responsible. Because of me, Mikaru left us again. Anyway, in the current situation, even if Mikaru had continued to cooperate, there would have been nothing we could do. In the end, nothing changed. I guess something is not going well. Google Translate says, Mom. Moi. Don't suddenly jump out from the seat next to me. Oh, what are you doing? Just being me? No, just a few days ago in the courtroom, she said that she would punish me with such force that she seemed to be in chaos. This useless meddling will disappear quickly. You're uselessly meddling, disappear quickly. Don't be like that. It's not bad to eat with me like this sometimes. I don't know what you guys have been doing in Miss Mikaru's room lately. There hasn't been anything wrong with the surveillance cameras since yesterday, and even though it's suspicious, I'll let it pass. Well, it doesn't matter at all. I found out something while the camera was broken. Just looking at your mood right now makes me... Yes, that trick of trying to tickle me stopped working a long time ago. The food is so bad, but if I don't have any business, I won't go anywhere else right away. Kick. Bear kick? I didn't come here without any purpose. I have nothing to do with you guys, but I just came here to check on Kisaragi-kun's condition. Kisaragi? Kisaragi-kun, how is your body? The food melts. I swallowed it in a gulp due to the twisty taste of the esophagus. It was a pleasure. What? He looks like he's in a good mood. I thought you might be quite nervous by now. What are you thinking? I wonder if... Are you okay? You said that you would provide the last information for my meeting. I have great confidence in you. Do you have great confidence in me or something like that? But I doubt that will change anything. Even if it's just in case, I have a secret trick, Kisaragi-kun. It's fun to come and see any time, but it wins and gives up without losing? Question. I like it, because your role as a transfer student couldn't be more appropriate. Well then, let's see what happens then. That was unintelligible. What was that now? Well, you should know what Kisaragi is saying. To me, it looked like Monokuma and Kisaragi were keeping each other in check. Is that bad? If Kisaragi is the mastermind, he doesn't have to be in good. Does he have to be on good terms with Monokuma? I don't know. I'll probably never know, even if I think about it for hours. It's better not to worry about it. Mikaru is not here, and Kurukawa is also avoiding us. Kinjo is still unconscious. It is just the three of us, but I still think we shouldn't give up. Let's research schools at the school as we've done so far, because hope is something we can create with our own hands. I agree. Maeda-kun is cheering us up, so I'll try my best too. I guess I have no choice but to try as hard as I can. If I find anything, I'll be sure to let me know. Mikaru had just distanced herself from us, but the investigation will continue. We can never give up, even for the sake of our friends who have died. Let's investigate without giving up until we have no strength. Or, while we have the strength. More free time events? I have only one person left I can do free time events with, and it's Teruya. Where do I even find that guy? The library? This makes some plot sense, right? It wouldn't be someplace that was plot sense. So I tried the 5th floor. Okay, Tyra's here. Ray is here. Man. But the one person I would want is not here. I think I already checked all this. Let's do the panties. Fine. It was a certain place. Please stay by my side. I'll feel anxious if we are not together. Deep bond. But even if we stay together, I don't think it will become any closer than this. But should I send him off? That's good, actually. I was predicting that I was a psychic. I'm just kidding. It's just a feeling. What? I spent some time with Kisaragi, and I got his underwear. Because I couldn't find Teruya, so just did that. Got that done. Something to do, I guess. I think you need to have Tyra's skill in order to get the underwear, if I were to think. Even though I searched the rest of the floor carefully, there were no further clues. A locked door and a records room that can only be opened by entering a password. If you can go in there, you might be able to find some new clues. What is it? I just heard the sound of the door closing from the entrance of the ballroom. Let's check this first. There he is. Ah, Kinjo. Kinjo! Did you wake up? Or, like, wait, did you wake up? He ignored me and left. Did he hear me? Did Kinjo just come out of the ballroom? When did he wake up? Why was he in the ballroom? No, I have to worry about my body first. I was in bed for almost 3... I have to worry about his body first. He was in bed for almost 3 days. For now, let's observe the situation for a moment rather than push it too hard. If you can get a chance, if I can get a chance later tonight, it would be nice to tell the others. Afternoon. Okay. But maybe we cannot be able to find Teruya though. There he is. Got it. I might miss this gift, but we'll see. School is getting bigger and bigger, but the number of people is getting smaller. How the school feels bigger than ever. Yes. I want to start a short break with my wife. Oh. Do you want to spend some time with me? Let's take a breather and talk about it. Then we can investigate again. Spend some time chatting with Otori. Seems like a relationship with Otori has improved a bit. Yes. Okay, I'll do an expensive watch or something. This should probably work. Wait, that's not, that's I fought. Whoops. Whoops. Nope. 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 Handcuffs. Okay, this I think, right? Let's try it. Wow, giving that a gift? This is a really good item, thank you. It will make sure to distribute this gift for later and give it to you as a salesperson. I'm glad he likes it. Okay. Why, Otori? How long are you have to be locked up here? I understand, but crying truly doesn't change anything. Things are changing, things are changing. What happens if you cry? My father is running to me. Ever since I was young, whenever I had a problem, my father would solve it. My father still runs Otori Mart and is like Superman to me. But my father isn't at the school. But your father isn't at the school. Ah. So, calm down. I almost never lived apart from my father. My father taught me the skills I need to challenge myself as a merchant now, and my father is the goal and support of my life. But if he's not here, there's nothing I can do. It's sad, but I'll have to get up on my own. That's the spirit. The successor of Otori Mart, the world's greatest mega market. There is no time to be intimidated by this place. There is no time for this. We need to find a clue right away. Otori shouted loudly and ran down the hallway. Otori is moss-like and looks like a golden drop, but he recovers quickly too. I have to work hard to console him. I decided to follow in Otori's footsteps and move on. It's getting late. I decided to go back to my room. It's already getting close to midnight. I better get some sleep. There is no harvest today, but don't be discouraged. The most important thing is not to give up. Tomorrow you will definitely find something. Now let's think about it. I have to let everyone know that Kinjo has woken up. I forgot. Because it's better to talk when we're all together. It would be better to say it at breakfast tomorrow. If you go a little early, you can meet Mikaru. But yes? What's the paper on the floor? I hope you all come to the gym with me as soon as you see this. Kinjo. Kinjo? At some point I received this message. Oh, wait a minute. Have you received a letter from Kinjo? Mikaru. Mikaru. I just entered my room last and checked. What on earth is he thinking about? I was originally going to talk about it at breakfast tomorrow, but I saw Kinjo coming out of the ballroom earlier, so it looks like he came to his senses for a while. What? The ballroom? Why did he go there? He asked me about the current situation. Well, I knew Kinjo had You knew Kinjo had woken up? Rather, you even had a conversation? I was also surprised. He suddenly woke up without any sign. It looked like he was dying and asked me to know what happened after he fainted. I only briefly told the circumstances. Is he okay? What were you thinking of? Why was he thinking of calling us together at this late hour? If you look at the letter sent to Mikaru, it goes to the rest of the kids as well. Maeda, you said you definitely saw him coming out of the ballroom? Yes. I tried calling, but he didn't hear me, and he ignored me. First, let's go to Taira and Otori, then to the gym. Maybe he's thinking something absurd. What? Whatever happened to you, do as I say. It's not a question of whether you want to eat now or not. You tell Taira I'm going to bring Otori. Maeda? Taira? I don't know. I don't think she's in the room. You got suddenly cut off? You're noisy. I don't have time to explain in detail right now. First of all, we have to hurry and find Taira later and then go by ourselves. Oh, she's still up. What are you doing here? Taira! Where have you been? I've been investigating the floor since morning. I made up my mind today and decided to keep researching except while eating. In the end, there wasn't much of a harvest. I'm sorry. That's okay. Come quickly and follow me. What's happening? Kinjo looks like the crazy police has woken up. Hurry up. Following Mikaru's words, Taira and Otori decided to join us and go to the gym. I'm starting to get anxious for no reason because Mikaru is in such a hurry. What are you trying to do, Kinjo? Kinjo? Oh, he has a gun. You're here, Maeda. The other kids, too. Kinjo-kun, you came to see us at this late hour? I thought you had come to your senses, but what happened? Your complexion is bright blue. What happened? What are you holding in your right hand? What? It's a gun. A gun? Maeda said he saw you coming out of the ballroom. As expected, you went to the armory. The weapons hall is still open? I needed. You all have determined expression on your face. Even Makaru is together. It's something I couldn't have imagined until recently, when it was completely disintegrating. Everyone has become stronger. Unlike me. What are you talking about? Kinjo is really strong. Kinjo is the strongest among us. No. I am just a weak piece of trash. Kinjo-kun, why are you doing this? Things seem strange from the time you were in the ballroom, but your spirit has collapsed. Makaru? The ideology that he himself pursued and adhered to until now. Death can only be repaid with death. No matter what the story, a criminal is still a criminal and there is no compromise. For a guy like him, what happened with Iranami and Kobashikawa must have been quite a shock. Because they killed themselves to save others. That means that the faith he had believed in until now was destroyed by Kobashikawa and Iranami, and even his spirit collapsed. It is like that. To be honest, even I was surprised by their spirit of sacrifice. But what you're doing now, that you've barely regained your senses, is to shoot us to death with a gun, right? Or shoot yourself to death. Are you going crazy and trying to give up? What to do? Why would you want to do the same thing I did in the ballroom, Kinjo? Am I wrong, Kinjo? Tsurugi? Don't just shut up and say something. Also Makaru. But is this just this is 25% the right answer. What? As I said, I couldn't understand the actions of Iranami and Kobashikawa. Moreover, after Yuharu's execution, I continued to reflect on my thoughts. Actually, I had a vague feeling that my thoughts were strange. I was just trying to rationalize myself with the vain excuse of protecting everyone. As a result, many children died. Because of my trashy ideology, I even drove the people I was able to protect to death. So, what do you want to say? Even if you realize your mistake now, will the dead come back? Mikaru, don't provoke Kinjo. The hardest thing right now is Kinjo. No. There was nothing wrong with what Mikaru said. I am responsible for the wrongdoing I have done until now, and that responsibility is very heavy. So, I have to atone. Kinjo, what? Kinjo held the pistol he was holding upside down and aimed it at his forehead. Nah. Are you trying to die? Of course. I don't think this will atone for me. At least I can't live and breathe over the lives of the children who died because of me. I am a murderer. Kinjo, come to your senses. You are not a murderer. That's right. You are not a murderer. I am a murderer. I stabbed Tomori and ran away, causing a Yamai-chan to die as well. Sell me quickly. Huh? I want you to come back to your usual Kinjo-kun. Taira, I said a lot of mean things to you. Now that I think about it, it wasn't my place to say that to you. Don't apologize, it really makes me anxious. This is, you stupid bastard. I don't think anything will change. You just calling us to show us something else. It's not even funny. It has to be in front of you guys. I have to tone to you guys too. Is there no Kurukawa? Kinjo, please come to your senses. We have no hope. We are no longer trapped in the ballroom. Uranami entrusted us with hope. Even dead kids wouldn't want this. It is true that rather than taking one's own life, it is better to reveal the true identity of the mastermind and punish him. Suicide as an atonement is just an escape from reality. I am different from you guys. No, I can't change my mind without thinking. I don't understand. Why are you thinking like that? It's just that you realize your mistake. If you knew your mistake, you could just prevent it from happening in the future. No, it won't be that simple. Ordinary people may not know this, but for this guy, his thoughts on crime are like his identity. That means that his ideology has been maintained until now is collapsing. It is no different from denying one's own existence. One's own existence is denied. Makaru said something like that a few days ago. The hypothesis that if we lost our memories, we may be at the mastermind ourselves. When you realize that you are the mastermind, your existence that you have always believed in is denied. According to Makaru, the current Kijo is no different from him. Of course, it is terrible to have your existence denied. It is so horribly hopeless because I'm no longer myself. But that doesn't mean you could take hold of a new existence. Ahahaha. Don't be funny, Kijo Tsurugi. Don't try to die arbitrarily. No one in this world deserves to die. What do you think about human life? But it is right. No one deserves to die. But I sold those people out and made them die. Although I had no intention to kill, the reason for the murder was motivated by Monokuma. If he had not been caught up in this incident, I would have lived a good life as a promising Higa. Although he had no intention to kill, he had the intention to kill. The reason for the murder was motivated by Monokuma. If he had not been caught up in this incident, he would have lived a good life as a promising soccer player in the future. Hatano. It is no exaggeration to say that she sacrificed herself to prevent her friend from becoming the Blackened. In fact, like Uranami, she confessed from the beginning. Not really. Yuhara. He was threatened by Monokuma and had no choice but to kill to save the lives of his children, while trying to abandon the few for the sake of the many. Everyone committed murder, but none of them were evil in the true sense of the word. Nevertheless, I judged it as evil only because of the result of committing murder, and blasphemed it even after death. They all died unfairly, but I can't be the only one alive. This is the only atonement I can make. I think it's time to end. Now, what I would expect to happen here is there would be some Machina, right? And the person who would come in as the Machina would be Mikako Kurukawa. Because that's just what she does best. But we could see a weird Kisaragi thing happen. I'm sorry, everyone. You must survive and get out of school. Kijo, don't play around. What is this atonement? I'm asking you. No one wants you to die like that. So don't act like you don't know anything. What you're doing right now is just running away to distract yourself from the painful reality. You're not that pathetic guy. Maeda. It's shameless until the end. This is not the case. If only I were an ordinary student, not a super high school level police officer. Could I be friends with anyone? Kinjo? Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Kinjo? There you go. No one could open their mouths. So suddenly, so simply, Kinjo pulled the trigger. There was no time to stop him. That's a lie. What? No. Like, they literally, this is the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen. Wow, this is gonna be like the JFK assassination, the Danganronpa trial here. But he's gonna call a trial on this. Oh dear. A body has been discovered. We will hold a class trial after a certain amount of free time. The biggest a WTF moment in the history of Danganronpa anything. A body discovery broadcast. We literally saw him do it. He's dead? Kinjo? So vainly? Ooh, my, what is happening? I can't believe that Kinjo-kun is dead. Monokuma. I made an announcement about the discovery of a single body. This isn't the case or anything. Isn't a case or anything. There's no point in holding class trial. He just died by his own hands. Oh. So that was just like a pre-recorded can message. Okay, never mind. I thought it was like, there was going to be like a class trial after from this. It was like, somehow there had to be some crazy, bizarre, messy twist that allowed that to somehow not be a suicide. You didn't. Yes? He's not dead. Kinjo is not dead. Maeda? Maeda-kun. Kinjo is not dead. Kinjo is not a person who will die like this. Maeda-kun, I understand how you feel, but, yeah, you shouldn't take it too hard. There's no way he could survive if he shot himself in the head at 0 range. This is an obvious fact, even without verifying it. Unless you had the ability to reflect like the Monokuma white-haired boy. Like the white-haired boy or whatever. Not dead. Kinjo will survive. Kinjo is not dead. Layboy seahorse. That's it, Maeda. It's already over. We couldn't understand that guy's feelings, so we couldn't stop him. That's all. It's not funny. Kinjo is not dead. I can't let Kinjo go like this. Into the box he goes. You are so forceful. Or, I have to see it. You have to see it in person to admit it. Look. His heart has stopped. Like this. Monokuma is standing still. It's not. My heart is racing. What? His heart is racing? What? Is Kinjo still alive? Anything is fine. It doesn't matter anyway. Go ahead and get Kizo treatment. But is it okay for me to touch this? Don't touch this. Please stop talking nonsense and get treatment quickly, Monokuma. Are you trying to leave us alone like you did with Kurokawa? There's nothing I could do. In fact, I don't even want to hold a class trial like this. Then we will transport patients from Monokuma General Hospital. Everyone hurry to the infirmary. Monokuma, what happened? Kinjo? My heart is truly shocked. After investigating, it turns out that the bullet that Kinjo fired was defective. As a result, the bullet shattered his skull and caused minimal damage to his brain. A blank would still kill you at that range, I thought. Maybe it depends on the strength of the blank. As a result, there's no significant disruption of important parts of the brain. So it has a big crack. That means he's okay. Not really. He can survive. Maybe he's got a lobotomy. Guaranteed by Dr. Monokuma. I got the surgery right away and the hurdle has been overcome, so his life is no longer in danger. Thank God. I'm really glad. This guy has a long lifeline. Really, this can only be called luck. No matter how bad the bullet was, he avoided fatal wounds even though he held the gun to his forehead and fired. Thank you. Thank you for your... Thank you. I never want to see one of us die again. I didn't know if he was really lucky. I don't... Really lucky. What? His life was definitely not in danger. That's all. What will happen in Kijo's life in the future? What are you talking about? Tell me in detail. I don't know what to say, but I'm sorry. The parts necessary for life are intact, but the brain cells that maintain memories in the cerebral cortex are destroyed. Monokuma can't say for sure yet, but to put it simply, all the memory abilities that Kijo has accumulated throughout his life may have become a mess. What? And the fragments of his shattered skull were stuck here and there, so even though he was they were removed safely, there's a possibility that he could end up in a vegetative state, even if he survives. Anyway, the situation is not very good. What is that? That doesn't make sense. Become a vegetative person? How did you do the treatment? Leave it to Maeda. It's not Monokuma's fault. In fact, just saving one's life is something close to a miracle, and that is something that must be endured. But Kinjo, Maeda, there are some things you can't do anything about. That's ridiculous. What is this? It was so sudden. No one would have wanted this. Did Kijo really want this? We had no idea. You guys? Wally Discovery broadcast? What happened? It happened? Oh, Mikako-chan. It's no big deal, don't worry about it. No one died, Monokuma was just mistaken. An illusion? Or... Kijo shot himself in the head. I thought he died instantly, but luckily he survived. I just finished the surgery in the nurse's office. Kinjo? Well, I'm done with all my work, so I'll go. Of course, Kijo-kun is still alive, so there'll be no class trial. That's how they know it. Monokuma's like actually breaks the news in his butt. Kijo shot himself in the head. After that, we stayed silent and dispersed. No one could open their eyes to the shocking reality. Mikaru, who was interrogating Kurukawa like that, also went back to her room without saying a word, even though Kurukawa was right in front of her. Kijo is still alive, but in a state where he'd be better off dead. Why did it happen like this? Did we make some mistake? Why are we the only ones who have to go through this? That's what being a super high school level person does to you. Okay. Save. Yeah, let's keep picking up on this in the next recording. That was kind of random, but it's got to have something to do with the murder somehow, right? Like, it can't be just... Everything always ties into the murder case, so somehow that's going to be important. I wonder if he gets, like, re-murdered. That could be a thing. Kinjo gets re-murdered. Like, someone kills kills Kinjo all the way now. Huh. I still don't know who's gonna die. I'm just in the same position as at the start of who's gonna die. Yeah, I know nothing. I'll just stop recording.